Okay, I've been getting lax. We got the lights on. We got the door closed. Backblaze is paused. We got the camera gain is correct. We have a microphone this time. We didn't have last time. That's embarrassing. I've been, streaming for years now. I don't know that I've definitely messed up where I like left the camera feed on the wrong thing. I've absolutely done that multiple times, but just straight up not having a microphone, oh boy, that's a rough one. Let me just post this thing that I post over here, and then we'll start talking. It's me, Scott, by the way. Did I say that? Hello, it's me. Hi. So, the thing we've been doing is Heat 2.0, I guess, is the thing. And the thing about Heat 2.0 is that there's nothing new, except maybe will hopefully cost me less money. But it's the idea was to support everything that Cloudflare workers and be set up better in the future, be set up better for the future, in which we might want to scale and do more things and monetize and all that stuff that I should have done 2 years ago. So obviously the first thing we need to do, really we should just take a stream and get this stuff set up. Like Bot Made This is half broken at the moment, and the wallpaper switcher thing could be a thing. What I think I want to do is have like a remote Bot Made This and a local one, and the remote one would take in all the Twitch webhooks and then relay them to me, which is annoying that it would be me building the thing that they say should be supported, or mention the documentation but doesn't actually exist. But it's Twitch, so what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? We're gonna do this. We're gonna switch to this screen, and then we're gonna use paste up. That last wallpaper was good. I used that wallpaper for some days. It's pretty. I like it. Not bad. Not good. I mean, I get being into the aesthetics of cars, but just wanting to look at the taillight of a BMW, I say that's kind of a cool picture actually. I'm already switching it. That looks like a Frank Gehry building of some kind. That music center in Seattle, whatever it's called. I turned up the music a little louder than I have been, because when I was listening to that stream where I didn't have a mic, it seemed like the music was really quiet. I should probably monitor what's actually going out, but I don't. That picture wasn't bad. I was distracted. Like it'd be, the thing I probably want is like some solution where I can easily hear exactly what's going out on the stream. But, One day I'll have people watch my channel and then they can just tell me what's going on. That looks like maybe, I don't know. My guess was going to be Cannon Beach. But I like this. Let's go with this. Cool rocks. Okay, so what are we doing? I started doing a thing that is a new thing I'm trying out. And it is the following. It's misspelling GitHub. Let's sign into GitHub. Or let's not. It's true. Everything, it's all Google Drive. Life is yours. I feel like I haven't seen you lately. What's been going on? The thing I have been doing, actually, you gotta catch up with the stuff that Binary has forced me to do. with heat workers, where everything's on Cloudflare. It's all cloud. Did you really? Is that you failed that exam? Are you serious? I don't. Here's the thing. Here's the thing though. I know you like work hard and focus on problems, and I know you're capable of making and doing things. I've seen you do it. I feel confident in your ability to make and do things, to the point that I would like hire you to make and do things. So the thing I'm just confused about is, why are you so bad at school? how, how are you so good at making things happen, but so bad at school? I realize as I say that school is kind of its own skill set, and it's fair that maybe that's just a skill set that it doesn't work for you, but okay, so you're doing well in other classes. You just remember, from my perspective, you've failed out of being a game developer, and then now you just failed an API class. 3Ds. But I don't understand. Is it are these bad tests? Are they making you do dumb things? Here's the thing, we don't do any of that stuff anymore. We don't do any of that. We're done with everything except we just write Cloudflare workers. It's it. We just make a module and then we send it to Cloudflare, and that's how we do everything from now on. No more Node libraries, because they're annoying to import in this scenario. We just write everything from scratch. And sounds bad, man. So what do you do now that you failed that class? Do you have to retake it? What's the situation? Okay, so here's the thing I started to do. So we have this, and it's in reasonable shape. So we're getting to the point that we want to launch Heat 2.0. And so I started a project, a GitHub project, which I haven't used these extensively, but they're just kind of, it's like a Kanban board or whatever you call those. You see everywhere. I feel like it was Trello that popularized them. I mean, Toyota popularized them, right? Toyota invented them, but maybe I'm wrong about that. But I was just thinking like, okay, maybe I set some of these things up. The issue though that I'm realizing is I have like 5 Heat repositories. So do I want to put individual projects per repo, or do I just want to have like one high level Heat? One high level project, because I don't think you can have. That's a thing that's probably my least favorite thing. Actually, I have 2 things I hate about GitHub. One is their pricing, because I think it's really deceptive, and 2 is that there's no idea of like hierarchies of projects. Okay, but are you telling me I can have a project that is a high level project that coordinates among multiple? Because that would be interesting. So if we had a basic Kanban, I don't know if it's Kanban. Kanban. Oh, really? Because Phil Powers was really trying to get me to sell me on TypeScript, which I think I'm ready for, because I'm so sick of not knowing that I have an error in my JavaScript until that line of code executes, which who knows when that will happen. It really sucks. I want compile time wisdom. I want compiler wisdom. So maybe we can do this. Can we just make a Heat board at my account level that is private, and then link repositories? So we could add Heat workers, and we could add Heat viewer, I think is. Huh. Why? Where are all the other Heat repositories? That's the headless node client. That thing wasn't very good anyway. Some of these things are going to get archived. Like some of this stuff is just not. Isn't it Heat viewer? Is that not right? Whatever. Who cares? Who cares? So projects, and then we can look at this project. It only links one. Can you only link one repository, or can you link multiple repositories? Now I'm confused. Because don't we have 45 heat-related repositories? Heat viewer. Yeah, why can't I link? Is it because this one is public and my board is private, and so only private things link or something? But I didn't see heat EBS in there either. Yeah, I need to do it. I probably should have done it for this, but it was such a hassle just to learn Cloudflare workers that it would have slowed me down. It would have sped me up in some ways, certainly, but I think it would have also slowed me down in some other ways. I am confused. Projects. Settings. Collaborators, linked repositories. Get by linking up to 25, link a repository. Heat. Okay, so maybe I can only link. That's kind of weird. I could see that if you had a public project, you wouldn't want to link private repositories, but it's kind of weird. But also, do I think that heat workers, I mean, the only reason I wouldn't want to do this is because I think there's a security flaw. And if there's a security flaw, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't want really people to steal heat. That would be sad. I'm surprised it hasn't happened to, actually. Certainly other people have heat map stuff. Okay, anyway, well, that actually sort of breaks the thing I wanted to do, which is where I wanted cross repository notes. Like if I made a to-do, which is like port front. We also need that. We need to make a heat 2.0. Okay, this isn't associated with the repository anyway, so I guess maybe it was an issue, it would be. So I kind of want to copy my cards over from the other thing, but I probably don't. Probably can't. Probably have to recreate them. Okay, that's fine. But that would be nice. It would also be nice if I could just double click this to edit it. I don't have any automation to have issues. I don't know if I want to add issues. I don't know. I'm kind of trying this out for this like high level project thing, spanning multiple repositories. Life is Yours the other night, I streamed for 50 minutes with my microphone off. It was amazing. It might be the worst thing I've ever done on stream. A very absent-minded week. I had a week that was like, for work projects, I did probably some of the best work I've done in a while. Like I came up with what I think were actually some pretty good solutions for some for some of the like job things I'm doing. But then I would stream at night, and it's like I used my brain up during the day, and I didn't have any brain left at nighttime, and it was wasn't pretty. So I want these cards, but there's probably no way to copy them or move them, which is pretty lame. That would be the nice thing about using Trello, because Trello is very flexible about where you can do that, but you know, that's what Trello's made for. I like this better, I think, because it's instantly tied to a repository. I don't know. This is pretty weak as far as like what you can and can't manage, but since there's only 4, we'll just do it. So we kind of need like heat viewer. And then the main heat repository probably becomes heat client. want to become famous. Of course I do. Let's do it. 5 followers. Let me just add that to the to-do list. Okay, and now we need heat workers, push store configuration settings to EBS. I mean, really, if these were issues, should these be issues? Okay, I want to rethink this a little bit. The problem is you can't have a project I mean, does everything have to be public? Just heard weird noises. I don't know what they were. Oh, I think it's somebody staple gunning in the here. So, what? Did you just link changing board project visibility? C, change. You just link me to the page that I'm on? Cool. I just want to know. Okay, let's approach this another way. I know this is not exciting, but I feel like this is something I've wanted to do for a while. So let's try to just make some issues. So this will be like push, store. I wonder how this works. So if we do this, now we have an issue. Oh, I feel the need to punctuate my issues, but here we are. Okay, and then okay, so I do this. Now, if I look at projects, we just have that. But so, because I probably now want to delete this and have a, I don't want this. I want it gone. I want it deleted forever. Delete it forever. Yes, thanks. Okay, so now if we go back to main heat land, this guy, and let's delete it. Oh, I have to do multiple settings. This is kind of lame. I could see it going one way, but not the other way. I know I keep saying that, but I just want to say it again. Projects, heat. So we probably need to archive this or close it first. And then delete it. Can I not delete it? I want to delete it. I want to delete it. Come on, man, just let me delete it. Really? I have to get rid of everything in it or something? I just want it gone, man. Is that a crime? Was it under edit? There it was. Okay, got it. Got it. Okay, so say the private public part is actually a problem. But I'm pretty sure I want heat hopper to be private. And the heat front end stuff that goes on Twitch, I'm pretty sure I want those things to be private. So we do basic automated built-in triggers to automatically move issues and pull requests across to do. Automated came in with reviews, bug triage. So I think we want this. I think we want private. And the implication here is just that only private repositories. So maybe we make the heat viewer private. I don't know. With the heat client public though. I guess we just need two project boards, which is kind of dumb. For like heat internal and heat external. Okay, you get out of here. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. I don't like that it uses browser alert for that. That's really... Okay, so we get these. They come straight from issues, which I think is nice, because then you can go to the issue and you can do issue stuff and have comments and whatever. That seems like the nice way to do this. Okay. But then we also have to have like heat public. It can also be automated Kanban. It can be public, and then this one can have heat. Wait, it's only showing private. Even though I've said this is public. Was my assumption wrong? Is it because projects aren't enabled for those? Maybe that's the problem. Let's try this and go repositories. Heat viewer. That'd be kind of weird. Like, do we have to turn on projects? Maybe that's all we have to do. That stick or no? Projects seem to be on. There's a projects button. So are you telling me, what are you telling me? I don't understand. It's because there's no issues, or... So this will be maybe you have to have okay, so that seems good actually. That's fine then. So we don't have to have a heat public. We can just have our heat internal. I wonder what happens if it's public, but we have things from private repositories. How does that work? Maybe it doesn't. So if we want, how do we do the thing now? where it suggested all these before. How do I see the issues listed here? Now I'm mad that this is number 2 and not number 1 because we deleted the first one. And I already blew it away. It was a sad story. Messed up. So linked repositories, you would think you could see, how do you do it? I thought they would be automatically added. Like heat workers and all those. So how do we... New issues will automatically move here when added to this project. But, okay, we want this. I see. Okay, so that would be a thing that we have to do. And then the main heat repository. Not too many heat repositories. A couple of them need to get archived, I think. Heat EBS, the old Heat EBS, Heat Unity. Or just straight up Heat. Heat client was the node client. So what did we actually, was this just an example? Yeah, it was just the example to do like the light stuff. Okay, but heat, just regular old heat is in here, and then that could be like a sub module in the viewers, heat viewers, I guess. Wait, what is going on? Ben, how's it going? It's pretty... right now I'm looking at Life is Yours failing grade. Why did you fail because of this? What happened? What's wrong here? I mean, you're using React. There's your first problem. I don't know. Does this not return a promise, so you shouldn't await it? I don't know. I have no idea. Clearly you blew it. And you didn't get any reasonable errors? Sad. I don't know well enough the context to be helpful in that. Seems like a solvable problem now. Yeah, facepalm. Okay, Ben, so Cloudflare workers are the new jam. They're just my new favorite thing, maybe, until like they change their pricing model and I owe them $1 million, but it's pretty cool. So with this is all the code for it. A big chunk of this code. So this is Heat 2.0, basically. This is the whole thing. And a fair amount of it is just to validate the stupid JWT token, which probably was like, I don't know, 70% of the work just to verify this stupid JSON web token. But at least I've done it with no dependencies, so I can feel proud about that, I guess. It just took so much time. All this is web token stuff. All this is web token stuff. So also some major percentage of the code actually is just validating things from Twitch, which actually doesn't matter that much right now, but will matter if I want to try to monetize. So it was good to get it done. The biggest problem that I have with this current setup, even though I think it's quite good, and even though they do some really clever things with WebSockets and their idea of WebSockets and this durable objects thing they have, where you don't need like a data store really. The problems I have are, one, both WebSockets and durable objects are still pretty beta, slightly early access-ish, which, you know, they seem to perform okay, but the bigger worry is, what is their pricing model going to be? Like, unclear. But then there's major problems with being able to debug, because this whole object, where is it? This whole object just, they kind of extract from your code and then just take it away from you, and then it goes off into some magical cloud land, and you have no way to, you can't debug it. You can't introspect in it. You can't really do anything. You can't log anything in it. I had to build a special logging server so that I would do like server calls from inside this to request to hit the logging server and see logs. So that part's pretty weird. The pricing is a slight worry, but actually the most annoying thing for Heat is not Cloudflare's fault. It is Amazon's fault, and it's dumb that they do this. And I wonder if they do it like slightly on purpose, actually, now that I think about it. But the there's this idea of an options call where before you do, you know, before you hit a server, you can say like, hey, do you support the thing I'm about to do? Which is fine. But it seems like, unless maybe they just in the test harness, they don't, that Twitch will do that options call every time. And maybe there's some way around it. Maybe I can, I don't know exactly. Maybe I can figure it out. Maybe it's on my end, and maybe it's, you know, I shouldn't totally blame Twitch on it. But the way it is now is every single click has an options request come first. In fact, now that I think about it, maybe I can disable that. But it in effect doubles the number of clicks or numbers of queries. So every time you click, there's really 2 queries. And I'm, you know, the pricing model I'm using is based on number of clicks. So, but actually, maybe I have a way I can turn that off. I shouldn't blame that on Twitch just yet. Okay. Anyway, it's pretty good, and the thing about this that is so much nicer than what I had previously on AWS is, one, I don't have to use AWS, which is a nightmare. All I do is just push this script and it basically just works. I don't have to configure 85 services like you have to do anything with AWS. So that part is very nice. But it's effectively infinitely scalable, because it's not like a process that spins up or whatever. It's just, you hit a Cloudflare data center and this function runs. And as long as Cloudflare has resources, my thing will respond. So whereas I had to spin up many Heat instances to support, like that thing that I did with Twitch where they had whatever it was, 15,000 viewers at that TwitchCon thing, I had to spin up a lot of servers because I could only really support whatever it was, X number per node. And it would be the same thing with Heroku. I'd have to pay to scale, but you don't really, scalability is just built into this, seemingly, which is really cool. Well, it's built into the workers. I'm still a little worried about how they're actually going to say that's going to work with the WebSocket part of things, because the WebSocket part is pretty weird. But I'm hoping it will be okay. Maybe it'll be okay. I don't know if it's going to be okay, but it might be okay. So we want to do a couple things today. So, okay, we've got our project board now. Look at me, Ben. Look at my project management that I'm doing, just like you always wanted. Heat is getting disconnected enough that I feel like I do actually want some centralized thing. So I'm trying a GitHub account level project to manage issues across multiple repositories. We'll see how that works. I don't know if I like it yet, but it ties directly to GitHub issues and I can see them across repositories, so I think it'll be okay. So like, somebody posted an issue here a long time ago that I never paid attention to, so I'm going to continue not paying attention to that issue. And sorry. So we want to link another repository. Link repository, just straight up Heat. Yes. Some of these repositories are just going to go away. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I think I need to do a tiny bit of housekeeping. Because heat is just spread out over several years at this point. I think I actually have this hierarchy backwards from what I would normally prefer, but I'm going to ignore that for a moment. So we'll just have a heat project, and then we will go back in time and steal all the previous repos from whenever they existed. Who can say? Oh boy. That's a lot of... Okay, well, these are our current... Are you serious? How do we have this many? These are our current heat repositories. Some of them I'm pretty sure we don't care about. Yeah, we have like this old to-do list and we don't need it. What about this notes thing? Oh yes. These were my notes trying to track all of the... Good grief. These were my notes trying to track all of the AWS services that we actually needed. Which was Elastic Beanstalk, CloudWatch, Elastic Compute Cloud, Elastic Block Store, Elastic Load Balancing, Elasticache, Key Management Service, Simple Notification Service, Simple Storage Service. I think these are my notes for the video that I made. That was part of the, that went on the project site. And these were all the AWS services, and they almost all at some level cost money. Cool. That video should not even be in here. Okay, and then I don't know what this is. I don't know what that is. I'm ignoring it. Okay, so these are all of our repositories that are heat related. Great. So where's just straight up heat though? I guess it doesn't exist because we never, I see. It's not a thing. That's this repo. Oh, we gotta clone it. Oh my gosh, am I gonna try to write this in TypeScript? Is this gonna be the time? Are we gonna do it? No way. It's gonna be my first stupid TypeScript project for a library that's gonna be like 20 lines long, and then we'll make it 15 times more complicated because we'll have to compile it. The answer might be yes. That might be the answer. TypeScript seems weird about ES6 modules, though. Yeah, you failed this. You failed API class. How am I gonna? How are you gonna help me? Wait, did you actually fail it, or is the D passing? Or you like passed the test but failed the class? What's the situation? I don't know that TypeScript properly supports. I'm not clear whether it just doesn't support ES6 modules, or if it just literally doesn't support the imjs suffix. Okay, then you passed. You're fine. I thought you were telling me you literally passed. I mean, it doesn't, I don't care that much. It doesn't have to be a module. It really doesn't. It can just be window. Well, what have you learned? What have you learned about test-driven development? It's never, don't do it. That's our lesson today. Okay, so we're just gonna have, we have too many repositories. This is absurd. Ben, you're also anti-test driven development? I have never done a testing first project, and I don't know that I ever will. In the abstract, I understand that if you're a person who's creating an API that other people will use, you want a good test suite because you want to know that that it'll work in any, of 1,000 different scenarios because other people are going to use that API and you need it to work. But I had never seen a really good concrete example until I saw that guy totally build a 6502 emulator from scratch by writing all the tests. He basically wrote all the tests to say, if I had a hardware 6502, this is what it would do under these circumstances, because he had that spec, right? He had the literal documentation of the 6502. So he knew exactly what the input and output was. So he just wrote all the tests for the input and the output first using whatever, the Google test suite thing that seemed actually fairly cool for C++. And then he just had to go, once that was implemented, he just had to go back and write the function that actually did the thing. It was really interesting to see. Yeah, I think, for the things that I make, it's almost, for sure. For the kinds of things that I make, it's hard for me to imagine. Maybe, maybe heat gets complicated enough that I want some automated testing, but then it's it gets real annoying anyway, because my testing is going to I got to manufacture clicks, and those clicks have to come signed from Amazon. So either I'm faking that data and then my test is fake and it doesn't matter, or I have to incorporate actual in-browser clicks. I don't know. Yeah, well, whatever. There's almost a corollary to that. The write the test first and then write the code that does it. If you watch Handmade Hero, a thing that Casey Muratori does all the time is he writes the usage code first. He'll be okay, I need some blob of code that's going to do a complicated thing, but I don't know how I want to interface with it yet. So then he goes and just writes the usage code pretending that the functions exist. And then after the fact, he's okay, I needed these 3 functions and these are parameters, and he knows. It's not like he's doing it with the test suite. He's just, the idea is that, yeah, you don't know your implementation until you know your usage. And anytime you try to do implementation first, it's just a guess, and then you're going to do your usage and find out what it really is. So there's almost a corollary there that kind of makes sense in any kind of development, but writing and maintaining and running tests to do that, you don't need to do that. How did other people do that on the exam? Did they pass because they didn't try to do TypeScript? Should I make this a TS file? Is that TS, TSC, TC? What is the extension for TypeScript? This file there's no reason to do that. This file is going to be 10 lines long. So the idea with this file is that we need, I would kind of like to do it as a module, but it's really going to be something like this. It's going to be heat, and then it's going to be something like window.heat equals heat, which feels like an antiquated way to do things, but that's how most modules work, right? Some are even worse, where it wouldn't even be, it'd be like this, where you don't even instantiate it and it's just already instantiated. But I think I think this is the pattern I want to go for. In terms of what, then compile time for shader variants or what? It still sucks, I think. As far as the solution, there is the thing you can do where, yeah, you can do that. Or whatever it is, whatever. I don't know. My solution in recent projects has just been to have as few shaders as possible that are just like semi-uber shaders, you know, where it's just like a shader that does a ton of things. But there is that, there is the thing, the like scriptable shader stripping. I forgot what it's called. Well, okay, there is this thing where you can create this asset, but that just guarantees things that are not stripped. It doesn't necessarily say don't include other things. But there is the, maybe it's in this, the shader variant collection API. That's not what I remembered it being called. I thought there was a way to do, I don't remember now. Maybe it is inside there. Like, yeah, maybe it's this, where you can reject shaders in the process. There's somewhere in this pipeline, I can't remember exactly where you inject in it, is you can inject something where you essentially can filter, is my understanding. That you have a way that you can kind of inject yourself into the shader processing and decide what will or won't be. But I haven't done it. I've just gone back to like, let's just try to have 3 shaders in the project or whatever. Which is actually, URP's made it a little harder in some ways. It made that easier in some ways because it's easier to just make kind of an Uber shader and shader graph. But because you always have to be single pass, sometimes you just have to have multiple shaders. But then well, I guess another thing is, as far as variants, so much of what the variation is about is the all combinations of parameters. So there's probably a way to minimize that, where you can just say like, just always use the version that takes every parameter. Don't try to be smart and cut things in or out based on it. But I have definitely not gotten deep into it. But if it was a big problem, I think this is where I would investigate. Okay, so I'm not going to write any tests for this program. It's not going to happen. So I have a pattern for this. It's just not great, but maybe it's fine. The problem is WebSockets as implemented in web browsers do not have the notion of like reconnects. So I think the thing that we've been doing, yeah, this was my previous idea. Oh, actually, maybe I already kind of wrote this and we just need to make it less dumb. Let me make it less, kind of forgot you could do this. Is this real? You can really do this? That makes an event target, but I can dispatch. Right, to make a custom. That's funny though, because an event target sounds like the opposite of what I want. I want to be able to emit events. Is a DOM interface implemented by objects that can receive events and may have listeners for them? Doesn't that seem weird? Target seems like, yes, I will receive them, but the fact that they would have listeners for them, that, you know, in Node, that would be an event emitter. Yeah, an event target is the thing that dispatches and the listener is the thing that listens. That's not good naming, in my opinion. Okay, but it seems like I wrote most of this actually. So we just want, and I also seemingly tried to be courteous. Nope. Don't. Why would you, when I type a closing brace? Okay, whatever. So what I was doing before, so I was doing this before, the old, this sucks. One window to the next, you don't have a shared vim buffer. So I can't yank and then paste here. That's lame. Oh, but I can yank and then control V? Weird. Okay, so we could do it this way. I don't know which I prefer, actually. These are our two options. This is definitely much more of a classic style of like, it's just there. It's just initialized. Have fun. It's clear, dude. Oh, that's just an OBS thing, so that's a totally different. That's different business. That shouldn't be Heat's responsibility. Okay, so what do we actually need to do here? We need to... Yeah, this is weird though, because we need like a so the pattern that I was actually thinking of was not this one. It's the in our little helloed world. This thing that is, it's this thing where you have like a connect function and then you have some loop that will call back and then reconnect. And I guess some of this stuff doesn't have to be inside there. But if I'm going to create the WebSocket every time and add the listeners every time, I actually don't know, because I don't know if you can like reuse a WebSocket. Like, in this one, I'm just straight up creating a new WebSocket with a URL. Because I think that's always how you do it. Yeah, that's this exact pattern. I maybe stole it from that exact. Like if there was a way to say, to create a WebSocket, but then give it a because the issue I think is when you create the object, you give it a URL, and I don't know if you can create it without connecting, basically. Like, can you create a WebSocket? And yeah, URL's pretty sure it was required, but I think you have to. Doesn't that seem silly? Like, why can't you just create a WebSocket? And then once your WebSocket's dead, you just have to make a new one? Kind of weird. Yeah, you just have to do the thing. Lame. And then you just have to add all your event listeners. So I'm kind of doing the same thing. Probably tidy it up a little bit, but yeah. So we probably want to say I'm going to take the channel ID. Because we did try to do the thing where we can like pull the channel ID from the query string, but I don't think we want to do that inside the library. I think we would just pop this out, because I don't think it should be the job of Heat to decide how you get the yeah. Okay, and then I guess we just call connect inside here. No. And this is just going to be a weird function that kind of does all these things. Very annoying. Weird limitation. I wish that Vim thing, maybe there's a way to do that, to just make it always stick whatever you're doing in the yank buffer into the Windows cut and paste buffer. Kind of feel like that would always be my preference. Maybe like a cool, I'll really let you know we're doing cool stuff in here. We don't have to do this anymore, which is kind of the best part of this whole business. So, channel API, but I think it's oh, we tested this, did we not? Channel, and then it would just be a channel ID. It's filled with the weird way that Life is Yours likes. No. With backticks. And then this becomes this, and this becomes something like that. So this is this is where it gets a little weird because we had this like specific handling, but I don't think we want that. We kind of want our own event type, which I think we had before. Yeah, we did like a custom event. We could strip out the type and then see what the data is. I wonder if we want to actually change. I think we don't. But to say, maybe we want to change our packet, but I think we don't want to change our packet. I think our packet is... I think our packet is what we want it to be. Maybe. Let's look at the old server. We can't, because I moved it. Let's look at something else. Let's look at... yeah, this height, I messed up my hierarchy. We'll fix it later. Okay. This is the old server. And the old server, out of curiosity. No, not good. Okay. The old server says, survey says, you know, we tell you a type. So we could always fire your event based on what the type is. And then the type would just also be included. I think I kind of like that. So that we would borrow that from this, which I think we can just do. Oh, this binary C, how do you feel about my packet? It's not a great packet, you know, as packets go, because it's so JSON-y. JSON is, it's an easy packet. I mean, I guess it's okay because I use at least short variable names, but you know, like, we're using a lot of bytes for something that could fit in 1 byte. Would you? You'd spend bits just for this packet? Wow, gosh. I mean, you could click it right now, right? You could kiss it, I think. Yeah, just kiss the packet. So, does actually, now that you say that, let me see if this other thing still works. Because I was thinking about our terrible conversation yesterday about how I have to like move my life to the seedy underworld of Twitch if I'm going to make money on Twitch. What was the censorship one called? Pixel? Yeah, so like we have the ability to censor, and so of course we could uncensor if we wanted as well. It's just getting the video through. It'd be annoying. The way I did it last time was to just have WebRTC support. In fact, why doesn't that work? Probably because my camera's actually in use. How did I do that? Oh, if video is true. Would I have to turn off my webcam to do it? Yes. It's not gonna work. Okay, let me do this. Did it work? So this works, right? Okay, wow, double kisses and censorship. That costs extra. Definitely costs extra to censor me. And so I think this works. It's not bad. I think it's okay. The thing about this solution though that sucks is you have to capture this window. You know, this is a separate browser window running on another screen that I'm capturing. So it is not ideal. Not ideal. But I think I could do it as a, I'm very censored. I think I could do it as a, let me figure out how to do it as an OBS plugin. Look at my 2 teeth. My teeth look very white when they're censored. Kind of like it. Yeah, black is much easier, of course. That's probably the place to start, because then we don't have to do anything. That's really easy. We don't have to do like, I mean, we could do sort of heat mappy stuff, but we don't need to if they're just squares. Quite simple. I don't want my big face off the screen. I don't want to look at that. Get out of here. Get out of here. Activate. Of course it messed up my camera settings. Of course it did. Why would I ever expect otherwise? Okay. So we have this. And now I don't remember what I was doing, but that's okay. I wish Windows had good window management. I mean, Windows is right in the name. So, what are we doing? Yes, we were admiring the packet, of course. So that's the packet. But we're not, whoa! Thanks for the bits. I haven't had bits in so long, I forgot what was even happening. We need a new bit sound, I think. That one's outrageous. I got startled by the bit noise, by the MGS alert. Okay, so what are we gonna do? We were figuring out. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of the grid thing. I never liked it. Twitch kind of made me do it for TwitchCon. It never worked very well. It's not any good. I think we just get rid of it. Like maybe that's a different thing, but it sucks. It's not very good. I think it goes away. I think we don't care about it. And I think instead, oh yeah, now I remember the thing I actually was gonna look up before I get distracted by binary admiring my packet. Was I like want it to stick, yank. I want to be able to yank. But I like Control V because I need Control V for visual highlights, so I don't want Control V to go away. Right? I need Control V. Could do Control C. Use System Clipboard. How about that? Is that what I want? Oh, great. Yeah, use System Clipboard for unnamed register. I think that's exactly what I want. So if I now, oh, now I don't know what I was doing again. It was in here. No, it's in here. So if I go here and we yank this, and we go over here, Okay, great. Good enough. So, what are we doing? Well, I can always yank to other buffers. I can yank to infinity buffers. It's just within one, like, you know, these are two totally separate VS Code project instances. So I could yank to different buffers, but if I want to go from one project to the other, I'm in trouble, I think. Okay, what have we broken? So if we get a message, so we just parse the data. And then we just pass. So we had kind of a goofball way of doing this. I think we don't want to do this. Detail. Why did I do that? Detail. What? Why did I do that? Oops. No. Why would I have done that? I'm gonna not do that. There's past me probably had a reason for doing that, but I don't. Why wouldn't I just do this? Because that is the data. I mean, we would, you know, we really should wrap this and say, should be this, right? I already forgot our packet again. We get a message, we make an event, but we gotta actually dispatch the event. It doesn't case where I expect it to, which is weird. Okay, so we just dispatch the event. When there is an error, error. I'll log an error. What is the GU? I don't know. What is the uppercase? Shift U. Kyle, where have you been all my life? There's kind of, so what's better about Heat 2.0? For me, it's better because in the long run, I think it will be easier to maintain and cost less, and it will scale way bigger. So I think it has way more potential to scale and just be a better service that I don't have to worry about or pay as much money to host. For front-end users, if you're just using the Heat examples, it'll be functionally the same. But if you're a person that is making custom Heat experiences, it will simplify the way that you connect. So it'll just be a little simpler for people that, which there are some, for people that make their own custom Heat stuff. I will, yes, I will make a voting. I will make a voting thing. You think it's just left and right side of the screen? You think that's all we need? Maybe a counter or something? So when that connection close happen, we will log. That's an event though. So that's a little weird. Anyway, I think I want to do this and not this. I think I want this. I think I prefer that. Yeah, we need to do that anyway. If we want to connect when we do the constructor, we definitely need to do this. Left and right, easy peasy. And how do you think it's visualized? Is there a number on both sides? Is there like a counter number that appears on both sides? Or do you think it visualizes the clicks still, just as like where the little votes are tallied? Like a check mark? I mean, really, it would just be the marker example we already have, except it would tally votes, right? That's pretty much all. Okay, so this looks like a new heat library. And calming. Anonymous votes. Wait, if you don't show the votes, then how do you know people are clicking? I mean, I'm not saying show the names of the voters. I'm just saying show the clicks. Oh. So there could be like a total number and then you reveal at the end or something? Problem is then it has to be smart, right? Then it has to have hooks to know when things are over. It suddenly becomes an interactive thing for the broadcaster, and it means I have to build an interactive thing rather than just like you just turn on an overlay and votes happen. Unless when you turn on the overlay, maybe in the URL you can pass like 30 seconds, like a time window or something. And you would do the thing, because I think you can make a thing that says that refreshes anytime an overlay is opened. And so you could just turn on the overlay with 30 seconds in the URL, and then it could count down for 30 seconds or whatever number you put in and show like the total clicks and then show the outcome. We'll figure it out. I mean, it'll basically just be an example. Okay, so this looks like heat, right? Okay, are you ready for my test-driven development? How do we do this? Give me the rig. Oh, have them click their own stream? Yeah, I think I can know who you are. I don't think I surfaced that, but maybe I can't actually. Maybe that's in the payload. I'm not sure. We'd have to change the packet. Serious business. But I think it may actually be in there. DuckDuckGo is worthless. The extension reference is what I want. Was that even in the top 10 results? Is that even like on the first? So 5th result? I don't know, DuckDuckGo. Okay. Payload. That's not even the payload I want, is it? That's just reference, not extension reference. Whereas if we use Google, even though they're a nightmare company, I don't know. Okay, we do get a role, actually. We get a role. Kyle, no. So there is a Heat Mobile, and it sucks because it is like a totally separate thing, and it's a grid. I didn't want to make it, but Twitch wanted it for TwitchCon, and so I added it. But it's not good, so I'm gonna cut it because you can't click on the video on mobile unless they've changed that. But I think overlay extensions do not exist on mobile. I'm almost certain. Maybe they have changed that, but I doubt it. What if there is a thing I want to know about extension type? Overlay. I'm pretty sure overlay doesn't work on mobile. Well, they don't say it doesn't. Maybe they've added that in the last couple of years. I don't think so because they have this totally separate mobile dude. We'll have to look into that. That's an interesting question. Okay, so we make a new heat and then rig. Those are probably all busted up, right? Kind of forgot what I was doing. This is a bad repository name. I need to change that to front end or something else. Okay, extension views. This thing. So this would be if this was actually the channel. So let's just weird thing. If I paste. Good grief. Still having some cut and paste problems. Although, does that mean my heat is not available until the page loads because I did this? I don't know. I don't actually know the order of execution on that. I guess we'll see. Okay, let's just make an HTTP server. This heat's connected, so if I click, great, we're doing great. What did I do wrong? I just did everything out of order, that's all. Okay, we get an incoming message, type click. So then what we need to do, and this is where I'm not totally sure, but maybe this is all it is. So then we need like heat.add event listener for clicks, because maybe we'll add other stuff in the future. Who can say? That's not how you do that at all. Okay, click over here. Yes, and that is the actual, no, that didn't work. Oh, listener. Listener? Maybe that's not how that works. I mean, heat.addEventListener. Doesn't that look like the thing? Listening for a click. Is click not what I'm dispatching? Oh, is my data type? Maybe I can't do this? No, it's data type click. That should be a click, right? Although it is a type click, but then the data would be, that's why I did it, because it's the event. So then I need the detail in the event. Okay, so I did actually have a reason for doing the detail, right? Because it's the event. Okay. Right. We don't get. That's annoying. I don't like that actually. I don't want to pass the event. I want to actually pass what I want to pass. So if we were going to dispatch simple implementation event, now I want to see it in use. So we would make this, add an event listener. Make a custom event, we dispatch it. Detail does seem like what you're supposed to do. I don't like that. But I think you because they don't explicitly say like that's the spec. They show it being used that way, but I don't see anything that says like detail is the thing you have to use, which is weird. It was weird, but like, it's not weird that that's not the why isn't that just very explicit in the documentation? Okay, I guess it is in for a custom event. So that's, would it really supposed to do that? Yeah, I was just trying to decide if like that is the spec that you're supposed to, but it's any data passed when initializing the event. So I think that is. Well, wait though, then that implies any data passed. I think that's a poor way of putting this, because it's not any data that's passed. It's data that's passed that's explicitly the detail, right? Like any data passed to detail, not any data passed to the custom event, because if you just pass data to the custom event, it doesn't do anything. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. Okay, but it seems like detail is the thing that matters. Which I would kind of prefer that it didn't, but it seems like that's how it works. So, and if we use custom event, I think we have to do that. Maybe there's some way around this where we don't. but this seems to be the JavaScripty way. So then over here we have to say I don't like E. Could be event, could be error. But event is probably a keyword, so I probably shouldn't really use that, but what are you gonna do? Those clicks came through very slowly. That's a bit concerning. Huge delay. Why is there such a huge delay? How slow that is. Well, now it feels like it's speeding up. Still a slight delay, but it seemed quite slow for a minute. Could be the rig. It's true. Could be the rig. I don't think it is though, because I get the status response really quickly from the rig. A very fast status response. Well, now it seems instantaneous. I don't know. Actually, I think I did see something about that, like when as durable objects are brought to life or whatever. Be a little delay, so I think that's okay. Okay, but I'm still not. It still feels like my click handler is not happening. So what am I doing wrong? Can I not do this with like this dynamic? JavaScript shouldn't care, right? JavaScript doesn't care about anything. Why? I'm creating a new event. I'm dispatching that event. The event looks like a thing. Oops. Where was this? Oh. What? Oh, because I misspelled console there. That doesn't help anything. What's going on? I wonder if it is. It's an event target. Like, I'm kind of wondering if it's some. Do I have to wait until it's initialized or something? I don't think so. Was I doing something else in that other example? I wrote this a long time ago. I don't really remember. What was I doing? We just said we were an event target. We initialized super. We got some data. We dispatch an event. Dispatch event. That seems right. I'm just wondering if the fact that I'm like doing this and then immediately listening, is that a problem? You would think it'd be okay because I'm saying, like, I'm initializing super, which would be initializing event target here. I'm slightly worried about this. Like, sometimes JavaScript's weird about initialization, you know? So nothing should happen if we do this, right? It does not exist, yeah. Just wondering if I'm this is not like I can't do this yet. But it seems like I wouldn't be able to create heat at all. That's a little weird. Not actually an element. It's from the WebSocket, but am I missing something? Why? Not view. I just want straight up. Dispatch a new custom event. Well, but I'm not even getting event. This should be event detail, isn't that right? And then here, this will be event detail, which I realize looks weird. And maybe, I mean, maybe it's because of the dynamic event type, but I don't seem that weird. And we could just add a little worried about, well, it feels like there's a couple things that could be weird. But I did it here just inside this socket event. When is launch? I don't know, man. We got a lot of, probably not today, because there's a lot of little things. This is the dispatch where I want to dispatch from. This is where the event actually comes in over the WebSocket, and this is logging, and we know we're getting the event. So then we're dispatching it here, and then this is the front end test where we want to listen, but it's not working. So let me just verify that the old version works, because it was just test code. Maybe. Pretty sure it all works, though. Well, like any of these should. So these actually work. And just to be clear, if we then go into old heat and we see what our event looked like previously. That's what the event looked like before. Although in this case, it's interesting because it says the event target is this. Like the source element is the event target, not... Oh, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. I think it's just this. I think it's a scope issue, if I had to guess. My this is wrong when I'm dispatching the event. This is scoped to that function and not the whole, and not this class. Wait, what was this? Okay. I think this will work. That was just a fun JavaScript scope thing. I had the this dot. It's just that the this dot was the wrong thing in this case. It was not my fault. I had a this dot. It's just that when you're inside functions, which I don't write that anymore, but I wrote this code years ago, so. What are you gonna do? Oops. $15? What'd I do? Oh. Okay, so we say peak incoming message, and then our actual logging is happening out here. And we are able to do the dynamic type, which is good. So in the future, we could add different handlers. We should be able to say whatever. Yeah, so to be clear, this is coming through this is all through new heat, not old heat. But it should route to old heat also. So if we did open old heat, this will be weird. We also, I didn't mean to make that private, but so if we were at localhost 8081 heat map channel, but then the channel ID was our fake Twitch channel instead. And then I clicked the old boy. Didn't work. Why didn't it work? Wait, because my paste was wrong. Copy, paste, okay. Stop it. That was weird, okay. Yes, okay. So this is connected to the old server, but we're getting forwarded from the new server to the old server. So it seems like the forward is working. It also seems very fast. Oh, binary, by the way, I did learn how to do that fast, like how the awaits are supposed to work. I didn't find it in the documentation. I actually found it in like their release notes for some version of workers, but it's a good thing to know. If you look at the... It's going in the wrong place, isn't it? Everything's in the wrong place now. And it's a little weird because it's different whether or not you're inside of durable object. Also, by the way, I got rid of all the Webpack stuff. Well, you don't. Yes and no. So you can await like local, local asynchronous code, like for the crypto functions, for example, are async. So those you are fine to await. And you kind of have to, because you'll just get a promise back, so you have to do those. However, to like post to our logging service or forward the requests to the old server, this one actually is straight up a fetch because I do want the promise. But if you just want your worker to continue and not care about what's going on, you don't await it. You use this other thing that is wait until. And that's documented if you do the old way, the non-module way, but you have to do a wait until around the fetch, which will grab the promise, and it won't slow you down. It won't wait for your code. It won't block anything, but it will keep the worker alive long enough to make sure that actually goes through. Because if you don't, it seems like sometimes even you wouldn't even get as far as posting the data. So it was messing up my logging and it was messing up my forwarding. But this wait until just makes sure that the worker stays alive long enough to do whatever you need to do, but it doesn't actually block your ability to run through your worker and return your code. So in effect, this wait until is actually kind of happening after whatever my last return is. But the one catch about it is if you are in normal land, it comes in, it's on this context here. If you're doing module stuff, which you may not be, if you're in normal land, it's context wait until, but if you're inside a durable object, it's on the state. And I only found that looking through the release notes. I don't think it's in the documentation yet. And then it's state.wait until. So anyway. So now I can fire off those log events and I can fire off the forwards and not care about what's going on, which is good. It's good. Okay, so yeah, kind of. Yeah, durable objects. There's still one thing I don't understand about durable objects, and it's their life cycle, because they can be removed from memory. They will be evicted from memory sometimes. So if you have stuff, and I do, and I think this is the right way to do it, but I'm not entirely sure yet. So I have a bunch of state that is just like kind of momentary state. Not really momentary, but we'll call it short-term memory. That is just scoped at the level of the durable object. Like that's where I track all my WebSocket sessions because I think I have to. And now it's where I track this map of cooldowns to know click cooldowns. But what it seems like is if nobody talks to this durable object for a while, like if no data actually comes through this for a while, it will be evicted from memory and all this stuff will be lost, which is fine. Because like my WebSocket stuff will just reconnect and the cooldowns won't matter because it's, the cooldowns care about 250 milliseconds. They don't care for longer term stuff. However, if you want longer term storage stuff, you can have it. There's like a this.state.storage that is for like cold storage sort of. But I don't quite understand when you're supposed to use that versus using the KV stuff. It's not totally clear to me. Because I don't see, it feels like if you're using durable objects, you don't need the KV stuff, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, right. Well, I don't know. Either you move to KV or you just use the durable object storage. Because it feels redundant. It feels like you don't need both. In fact, you have several options, some of which are pretty weird. One is that you use another set of durable objects for your records, and then those can kind of come and go as they are needed. That's what they do in their durable object example. Or you use, and it's kind of a combination, but you use it has this like transactional storage, which is almost like a database. This business, state storage. So you can add and get keys. So it's kind of its own, maybe it's the same as KV, but it's scoped to an object, which is what I would actually want, because I want all of, information about a channel scoped to a channel. So in my case, I don't think I want KV at all, because I think I can do the full transactional business, wherever it is. Here it is. Transactional storage API. I think I can do everything I care about here. And which, under the hood may be the exact same implementation as KV. I don't know. It's got a get and put interface, which seems very similar. So it may be the exact same implementation. Could just be that durable object storage sits on top of KV. Unclear. But it doesn't seem to matter yet, but it will matter for me if I try to monetize. I need to know which channels are monetized or not. And I have to maintain that state. I think there's a way I can get around having to care about the user, because I can have webhooks from Twitch that will just tell me when there's a bit transaction. And then if I do everything based on time and not click number, then I don't have to maintain that data. I could just be like, Twitch told me an hour ago that you had this for 2 hours, so we're fine. I guess I should still store that just in case the durable object's destroyed. But they talk about that, actually. They talk about if you have a durable object and you want to initialize it from memory. So if I have a durable object and data's coming about bit transactions or whatever, I can store that in the persistent storage and respond to it in local memory time, whatever you want to think about that, the local lifespan of that. Local variables to it. And then reinitialize it when it's born again from whatever was in storage. So it seems like they have patterns that cover that stuff once we get to it. Okay, so I think this isn't bad. There's a couple things that this doesn't do that I don't know if we care about, just as like a convenience method. You know, like we could do something that was like channel is equal to this, or yeah, maybe that's the thing to do, because then you could just say that you're always going to specify it in the parameters. Like basically do this. It's a little silly, but I think I like it. In fact, it would be more like we'd only do this if not channel ID. Like if you don't give it a channel ID, it will try to get it from the search parameters. And it can like search whatever. Several of them. It'll look for channel, it'll look for channel ID, it'll look for channel ID. Maybe I should do like a 2 lower or something. I don't know if those are case sensitive. Params get case sensitive. It's just not clear if these are... You'd think they would be? You mean always use params? Never let you pass directly? The scheme and host are case insensitive, and therefore should be normalized. Whoever was going to, okay. Well, that doesn't really. Just any numbers. Just look for any numbers that happen to be there. But I want to do that because you may want to pass other print. You know, if we're talking about the voting thing and you want to pass a timeout or whatever. This seems like they're case sensitive. It doesn't hurt to do this. We'll just default to me. So normally you pass it here, but if you don't pass it there, then you... So for example, if we just did this, it would be connected, but it would be connected to real heat. Oh, which we can't see here. Right, so it has to do the rig. In fact, we should log that. Heat connected to... What? Rep this out. Yeah, so it'll default to me, but if we do have channel ID or like whatever, channel equals whatever our fake channel is, 1, 2, whatever. I think Twitch would have a better fake channel name for themselves. Why isn't the Twitch account channel 001? Channel But now we've connected to that channel. So it's just a convenience method for someone who uses the library. Then it will, you can pass it in the URL and it will use whatever's in the URL. I probably shouldn't do that though, because that would make it too weird and easy for... Does that make it too easy to mess with? I don't know. Versus, I mean, that might be confusing because then it's just going to default to connecting to me instead of printing an error. So probably it should actually be an error. And then if you want to do the fancy params thing, it's fine. We could just do that outside. We can like show it in an example. Because it's just 2 lines. No, we just won't even connect. Valid channel ID. I think I prefer that. Then we can be fancy outside there. There's no reason for the library to know about that. Okay, and then 1, 2, what's the number? 826. And then it connects and everything's great. Okay. Okay. I do kind of want that example though. So what do we do? We just wasn't here. That's why. Okay. Skip it for now because we just always want to use the default Twitch one. Okay, so we have a heat library. How do you deploy to CDN.js? Like if I wanted to be part of CDN.js, how do you do it? Oh, Ben, are you still there? Because I have a new favorite Unity trick of all time that is like life-changing. It's changed my life. Well, okay, I only came up with it a few days ago, so there may be some reason that it's a bad idea. It's pretty cool though. I think it's pretty cool. So you'll recall that we've had projects where we've been like, oh, you know, we have a bunch of points in space and we can like linearly interpolate between them, but it sure would be nice to be able to like smoothly interpolate through them without needing some library, some third-party library to generate Bezier curves or Catmull-Rom or Hermite or whatever, and then just not only to generate the curve but also interpolate along it. You know, like that is a problem I've had many times in Unity that I've solved many different ways. And then I had an idea that totally works and it's pretty awesome, which is, so then I started thinking like, well, what if we could just make animation clips on the fly and get the animation curves or whatever? But the secret is this. This one line in the documentation changed my life. This line: smooth tangents are automatically computed for the key. So if you just make an animation curve and start adding values at whatever the time is, so you know you got to do the math to figure out like where you want to be at what times, of course, but then you just create an animation curve and it will automatically make nice smooth tangents. Or you can make a keyframe and give it your own tangents. And so the one downside is like it's one-dimensional, but all you have to do is just make 3 animation curves, and then you can do vector 3. So you just write a little wrapper that has 3 animation curves for each of your dimensions. You go through with the points that you know you need to be, and then based on your velocity, you can say like, okay, these are this far apart, or not your velocity, your speed, whatever speed you want. You can say, you can calculate a duration from point to point. So then you just add your values and have an X curve, a Y curve, and a Z curve. And then you just evaluate those at whatever time, and you'll have a nice, smoothly interpolated animation on the fly for whatever you want. And then you can do like you smoothly interpolated like curve animations and stuff in a coroutines where you're already doing procedural stuff anyway. As long as you have your interpolant value, that's normalized going 0 to 1, you can just 0 to 1 it based on the total duration of whatever your animation curve you created is. It's all because of that magical line of the automatic interpolation, but it totally works. So far, it hasn't broken down horribly after 4 days of using it. But I think it's among my new favorite Unity tricks for procedural animation. Because we had problems where it's like, we're gonna animate this stupid thing. Do we have to get like an animator to make some FBXs, and then we went through this for, I think it was for a certain throwable toy, of how do you have these alternate paths and smoothly move along them. Well, this totally will do that. It will create, and you can do it on whatever you want, because you could also do it on, any number of these will add up to make whatever complex thing you want to animate. So it's pretty cool so far. And so far I've gotten away with just add key. Like the just default smooth tangents have been totally fine. But again, if you need to get fancy, you totally can, and just make your own keyframe with whatever fancy things you want to do. But that's my Unity tip of the week. Okay, I don't remember what I was doing. I distracted myself this time. It's not anybody's fault. I need to drink water, so I'll be right back. Excuse me, please. Yes, it does feel a little obvious now, since they are called animation curves, that they would be good for animations. But anytime I had tried them in the past, they never quite... I've only ever really tried to use them to create easings, and they've never worked the way I wanted to, and I always just would switch back to easing functions and then forget about them. Okay, oh my god, Kyle, what is it? Tell me the secret. Did you actually figure it out? Is this real? Let me figure out this one thing. Describe the thing. And if it's just one line, we can certainly add that, no problem. Wait, I'm confused. If you do... Oh, really? So you're saying if you do... Could you test that for me real fast? Because why does that work? TTV number. Like hashtag, literally? It's just setting it... Well, I just want to know, like, so doing hashtag doesn't break things? Hashtag #, what do you call that thing? Hash. We used to call it pound back in the day, then we called it hash, and now shebang, hashbang. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind trying. Okay, so you do that. Oh, right, that was the channel. Right, I forgot we did that. Yes, great, this is good. We got some kisses. Okay, wait. Okay, we got it. Mature audiences. I'm ready. I'm so ready for this. I mean, am I ready? Are we gonna? Yeah, she's not. She doesn't have a lot of clothes on. What a weird. Why does that work? Binary loves this. Binary, where's it? Get all those bits. Where's all your bits? This is outrageous. I need like a way where one set of people can be censoring and another set of people can uncensor. It can be a battle. How could we do that? You can clear this away, by the way, at any time you want. Thanks. So what would be a good way for me to do? Because I kind of like the idea of a battle of like half of chat is trying to censor and half of chat is trying to uncensor. But that suddenly means I have to care about, like, I have to know who's doing what kind of click. And Heat's just not built for that currently. It's not built to have metadata as part of the click. We could have special metadata. Okay, right. One person in chat. Well, okay, yeah, but half of chat trying to censor just because they're trolling. That's Twitch, right? Like, given the choice between two options, which is looking at boobs and trolling people who are trying to look at boobs, that feels like a pretty even split on Twitch, right? Like, it's just which kind of miscreant you are. Okay, so you're telling me if we roll into the old video, it's kind of a mess over here on Glitch, honestly. So you're telling me that anytime we do a channel command, you just immediately want to call the pound? The pound? I don't actually remember how we did that. Well, wait, any TTV command that is for a channel, not, because doesn't this also support something else? VODs. Or do you have to do it for VODs as well? Do you want to try it and see if it breaks VODs? Because we could just do it only, we could do it only here. We would do set channel and then set channel. It's pretty weird. Like, would we do that in like a set timeout? In 5 milliseconds? Can I do this? Is this how you do this? I'm sorry, is this a what? A React Andy? What is React Andy? Is that a thing I should know? Okay, it's method then timeout. Or time. Is that in seconds? That's in milliseconds, right? It's me. Okay, seemingly did not break anything. Okay, so let's just try. So that would essentially just be. Oh yeah, sure. We can react all day. It was first built for YouTube, But then Kyle's continually just forcing me to add new features all the time. All the time. He's a slave driver, basically. So maybe that? Can VODs have that as well? Can VODs have that 18 plus thing? Smart. Okay. So I'm just gonna the problem is we don't know if it doesn't break anything if you do it immediately. Like, you know what I mean? You might actually have to wait for the ready to happen or some. We're not watching for the play event because we do a fair amount of stuff here. So like seeking to the seek time, and so this is definitely not a thing. I would be very wary of doing this if this was a real project. But maybe we say 250 milliseconds or something. Maybe that's long enough to do whatever needs to be done. I mean, that's definitely a weird hack. Yeah, I mean, it's very short. 250 is just a quarter of a second. So maybe it should be more like 500. This means that if you did it within 500 milliseconds, it'll do the thing, which is set the channel to this and then call play. And I'm a little worried this is going to break stuff with seeking, but I don't think so actually, because this is on ready. And maybe it'll work. I don't know. Give it a shot. See if it works. Hopefully it doesn't break everything. Really, Life is Yours. I'm sorry, Binary C. The main function of it is to watch the Buck Bunny. The Twitch player, I think, does have an is playing, but I think we'd want an event to like actually know when it went into playing mode to not fire that until it started playing. Basically, it's pretty weird that works. Oh, yeah, sorry, let me refresh it here, of course. That's called what? Called video, please. And we're gonna refresh the cache. We're gonna say okay. It's refreshed. So now, I don't think that the banner is before playing. I think it's on top of playing. I might be wrong about that. Oh, look, I'm censoring these. What's going on behind me? Okay, yeah, great. Thanks for uncovering. Censor it with kisses. Do you think because we got around one of them that they're all now? Oh, wait, did it work? Did you see it for a second? I missed it. Or for half a second? Okay, cool. No, I believe you. You're a good QA person. She had on a lot of clothes though, so I don't know. She had more clothes on than these other people. Okay, so we've written a heat library, a heat library. Really, we probably don't want this here. I want this in test. Okay, I'm watching the clip. Oh yeah. Well, seems like it works. How long till Twitch figures that out? I'm probably gonna get in trouble one of these days for video police. I mean, not me, because I'm only watching Buck Bunny, but somebody's gonna get in trouble. Somebody's gonna get in huge trouble. Probably what we actually want to do is make like a new folder called tests. That was our test suite. I hope you like it. Oh yeah, and then the thing we were actually trying to do 20 minutes ago is, I think there's a way to automate this. Easier way to add your whatever. I don't want to do that. How are you supposed to do it? Is CDNJS the one people like? Is that what people use? I don't know if this is the one people like. I feel like I've seen this one a lot. This person's very exciting. CDNJS. How do you do it? So all the packages are here. Oh, interesting. I don't think we need to worry about this yet, right? We'll just host it from Heat. We make that a submodule? Maybe it should just live in there instead of this new root Heat repository? I don't know. Why are you so slow to open? Don't look at that. Good grief. And I can't move this. Good grief. Well, that was slightly secret, but there was a very minimal code shown, so maybe we'll just call it okay. Maybe I'll go censor it when it goes to YouTube. Oh, Windows, you just love to open things on the window where I should have known. I should have known it was going to happen. Should have switched the video because Windows just loves to always open things. Where they shouldn't be seen. I mean, this will all be very public in a few weeks, so it's probably not that big of a deal. So, how do we want to do this? So actually, I'm going to reorganize this a little bit, just to maybe not expose everything as constantly as I love to expose them. We'll make like git. It's going to break everything to this thing. We'll tidy this all up later. Actually, we should be What's my normal hierarchy? Okay, now we have our 35 heat repositories. Great. Okay, and then now, I wish I could just do this, send the source tree or whatever. We want this one in source tree. Source tree smart enough to do that? Probably not, because source tree is not good. So even though I drag it down and hold shift and it clearly says open in source tree, it doesn't work. I just drag it on the source tree window, no. Windows is just not very good. Not very good. So if we manually do this and then navigate to the place. You know, one of the main things that I miss about macOS from Windows, on macOS, if I'm in a file browser and I drag something into the file browser, it takes me to the location of the file instead of doing what Windows does, which would actually move the file, which I never want. I 100% never want to move a file when I'm looking at an open dialog. But if I have the file that I want to get to right here, so instead I have to do this, click up here, get that, go over here, click this. That is definitely, I mean, there's lots of things about Finder that are much better, but it would be, handy. Do you? I hate it. I never want that. Like creating, I mean, maybe a new folder and then you can have a new folder button, that's fine. But as far as dragging into it, I always am, it's like the file I want to navigate to might be right here on my desktop and I just want to drag it right there and open that file instead of having to then go in here and figure out wherever it is, you know? It's just, or I might have another Explorer window open with the file that I want that's just right there. Then instead I have to copy and paste the URL. I don't like it. Kyle, I'm just full of disgust all the time. I don't like Windows very much. I don't like computers very much. Computers just aren't very good. So I guess this is our initial commit. So this is going to be like the heat library, I guess. The thing that's a little weird, well, maybe that's fine. Because the place that you get heat, I was going to say we could like use the CDN. How do we want to include this in the other project? I don't really want to make it a submodule. Let's copy and paste it, which would be real silly. I don't think enough people are going to be using heat to warrant like. Quantum computers and the singularity. Well, it's kind of two questions, right? Quantum computers, I mean, we have them in like where you've got like 4 qubits or whatever. That's how it's just, you know, it's a lot of state, I guess. So you got three states per bit instead of 2 states. It will take some time to get there. To me, the biggest thing that changes is the biggest implications just immediately from quantum computing to me is cryptography is broken. Cryptography will be broken. And then, yeah, so that's what's going to happen first with quantum computing is like our idea of cryptography is going to be ruined probably. And then as far as the singularity, to me, that's a very, like, I don't know, humans are very, like, biased and self-centered and think of themselves as the center of the universe. And they somehow think that human intelligence is so lofty and important that it's like, oh, the singularity. We have an AI that's reached human intelligence, and what unbelievable, as if like human intelligence is good, you know, like it's a weird, that's just, it's like our brain is wired to think that our own brain is good. It's like the brain is like, yes, I'm amazing, the human brain's amazing, says the human brain. But like, so the idea of an AI that is like, I don't know, becomes like or more advanced than what our idea of a human brain is, it's kind of silly, because why, like, I feel like you do better if you have an AI that is potentially not like a human brain, but is better at the domain that it is good at, which most AIs right now, or like machine learning kinds of things, are super good at like a hyper specific domain that they're created for and trained for. So it feels like it's always going to be pretty domain specific. Like maybe you can be like, yeah, you can make the robot that's really good at Jeopardy, but then it's like, it can't do anything, or it just is good at looking answers up to questions or whatever, like the robot that's going to do this or that or whatever. So like the idea of the singular intelligence that is sort of the sci-fi idea of the singularity, one, I don't think we really need it, because that's just not how we use these things currently. We use them in very specific domains, and they're like trained and authored for very specific domains. And I think they're better, you know, they're more useful for it because they're catered towards the problem they're trying to solve. And then, but then also the whole part where it's just like, I don't know, it's not, is it that useful to have kind of all the flaws of human intelligence? Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, well, okay, there's also a problem with that, is like assumptions about the way the technology work are like presupposed by the creators of the technology. There's this weird thing, this is only slightly parallel, but it's the thing I think about a lot, is like in manufacturing, a tool can't make something that is more precise than it is. And that's kind of a weird thing to think about. But if it's like, if you had a tool whose job it was to make measuring equipment, that tool couldn't, you know, this industrial tool couldn't make a thing that was more precise than what it was, because how, you know, it didn't have the precision to author it, it can't operate at a certain precision. So the thing that it creates is already flawed from the start, with a level of imprecision that it inherited from the thing that created it. And this is like a real thing in manufacturing. And it gets pretty weird where you think about like, oh, these incredibly sophisticated machines and what's making these sophisticated machines. And the super accurate machine makes this machine, and it makes this machine, and it makes this machine, but there's precision lost in all of that. And it's kind of weird what's at the top of that, the top of the food chain of precision is often like a dude with a piece of metal or something, you know, where you've got like this, I forget what it's called, but it's like a piece of metal block that you kind of slide over something to make sure that you've machined it flat. So room at the bottom. Oh, cool. I should read about that. I would be interested to know about it. So it's difficult from that perspective. Like, you know, there's just limitations, at least in physical manufacturing, where like the product of the thing is always inherits all the flaws of the thing from it in a certain very physical way. But I think that becomes almost like a philosophical thing when thinking about AI, is like it will inherit all of our dumb limitations, and even all the things. All of the things that we think of now as like AI, you know, like Siri and Cortana and Ask Google and whatever, are just a very specific domain. Like even their like personalities and their funny jokes and whatever are like meticulously programmed and respond. You know, it's not like Siri's just deciding to do a thing. It's like there's a complex tree of maybe some kind of rule network or whatever. I don't know what they use. that decides what the outcome will be. It's not like there's like some autonomous thought. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think about it that hard because so much of the thinking about it is just science fiction, and it's hard to look at the state of how these things work and how weird and flawed and janky and domain specific that they are, even when sometimes the results are amazing, and see that all as one big picture, as like, this incredible robot intelligence, but it's really like, over here is the thing that's good at whatever, object detection, and over here is the thing that's good at this, and over here is the thing that's good at that. The scary thing in the near term is just with the tools that we have right this minute, is the like nightmare killing machines that militaries are going to make, where it's like, this is awesome, we just make these murder drones that can go out and identify whatever until they screw up and misidentify, because their object classification thing is only 99.999% accurate instead of 99.99999% accurate. Would I do space tourism? Just as a fancy answer, just as a fun answer, yes, certainly, absolutely. I mean, it sounds like, just as life-changing events go, if you listen to and read accounts of astronauts, looking at the Earth as a life-changing event, as turned in like a real-world logistics resources kind of thing, I don't know. It's hard to justify flying on a jet at the moment. So like, flying into outer space at the moment is maybe a little hard to justify. It's going to be great when we all get to Mars and everyone's like a citizen of Teslapolis, and you get company script for Tesla. You're paid in Doge. I'm ready for Elon to move to Mars and not come back. That sounds like a win for everybody. The last time I felt inspired, that comes in lots of forms for me. Like, a lot of it is problem-solving inspiration. I will say that I've been feeling recently, I'm definitely on record saying that creativity is a process of synthesis, and that you can only create things with good input, or just not even good. It's not even qualitative. It's just that you have to have whatever input you have is going to be the thing that you create. It's going to be informed by the thing that you can create. So I'm like I'm very conscious of the things that I consume. And I've really been feeling like my diet of things I've been consuming lately has not been the right kind of thing to produce, especially, and this is largely the result of the last 2 years, where it's like I got so focused on the news, pandemic news, into election news, and that has kind of stayed with like me reading political, like that stuff is just not that is not good grist for my creative mill. And it's been a long time since I've seen something that was like adequately weird. And then just yesterday, I finally saw something that was weird enough to be like, yeah, this is good. This is good input. Quentin. I can't think of the person's name. Quentin Smearhees. It was a hot tub stream. Yep, it was definitely. No, it is this person on YouTube. They make stuff. It's weird. It's good weird. And it is like, the thing about it that I think is actually special about it, that makes it good input for a person in the United States, is, so one, it's like weird, kind of in the realm of maybe like Tim and Eric weird. That's not quite fair to say, but like just in the ballpark of like Adult Swim kind of weird. But the thing that is good about it, and the thing that I think this person is so adept at, is they're trying to evoke a very specific kind of nostalgia from a very specific time and place, which is basically like BBC TV programming from the late 70s and early 80s, which I have no access to. So the reason I think it's good input for me is it's like this double thing of like, it's this person in the UK creating weird videos that are just weird and out there that I think is good. I think they're good, but it's also founded on a nostalgia for something that I never experienced, which I think is what makes it great. That's what I think. I think it's like, and it's something that I recognize and I can get it a little bit because it connects to, you know, to a little bit to me watching PBS shows in the early 1980s, but this is more like BBC shows in the late 1970s. It just has something different to it. And they're weird, and it's well done, and it's well done from both the perspective of, in fact, I'm very curious the production process, because some of it is extremely convincing where it looks like it was done with 1980s like video production technology. I don't know if they have analog gear in their process or if they are just so good at using After Effects. Because my undergrad degree is in motion design. I'm pretty good at spotting how things are done if they're done with After Effects and Adobe, tools like that, to just be like, okay, I know what filters those are, and I know whatever. I'm okay at that. But there's definitely some things that come up in some of the streams where it's like, I don't actually know how you would do that with like an off-the-shelf filter or something, unless either one, you were using analog tools, or two, you were like meticulously trying to recreate a very specific visual effect from, anyway, it's great. It's great. It's so weird, and it's great. The hairstyle's great. Yeah, sorry. Here's the link. It's quite good. Yeah, the nostalgia for a time that never was very good, and you mentioned the uncomfortable feeling part. There is like an uncomfortableness of it, like it's from the perspective of a kid, sort of, not exactly, but it's almost like a kid watching late night PBS, not really understanding, and like the adults are weird and kind of like creepy looking or whatever, like, and everything's a little creepy. It definitely has some sort of almost Brothers Quay kind of vibes with some of these Dollhouse ones, or even more recently like David Firth kinds of things. And also really interesting, like in the midst of all this very analog production, very analog, very like retro materials, very like, grain and video quality kinds of things. Also sort of what appears to be, maybe, I don't even know what tools these are, face rig or something, to do some like morphs on things, but actually that still hold up pretty well with the old style. Even though this, I'm almost certain, is done with like, I don't know what the tool is, face rig or something like it, but it doesn't look too different than if it had been done with claymation. Like, it's a little swimmy, that if you look at it, you're like, okay, yes, that was high tech. Somebody did this in After Effects or whatever, or Nuke, whatever. But it's not so like slick video filtery. Like it's just on the boundary where you could almost believe that it was claymation. It's good. It's good. I was going to add one thing to that. What was the other thing I was going to add? I don't remember. Anyway, it's weird and creepy. It reminded me of one other thing. What was it now? Brothers Quay, or I can't remember. Anyway, just go watch them. They're all great. They're great. They're weird. I have not watched all these yet. No, I just found it yesterday. I've been kind of slowly making my way through them. What drugs would I recommend for this? I don't know that you want... There's like a kind of a creepy foreboding in a lot of them that I don't know. I think that would not be... I don't think you need any drugs. I think these are These are a stimulus of their own. I think they don't require any kind of chemical help at all. Yeah, the problem, any psychedelic I think could get a little uncomfortable. Also, I don't think you should look at screens when you're on mushrooms, personally. It's not good because you start to see the screen. I've tried, like, if you try VR while on psychedelics, I have found you don't see the thing, you don't see the image. You like start to see the screen and see the pixels and see the weird effects of that. So I don't know. I'm not an advocate for looking at screens while on drugs, personally. No, you don't need drugs for this. This is good, pure. This is pure weirdness, not this stupid Liberty Mutual commercial. I pay for YouTube Premium, but I'm not always logged in. Like this. This is just good. I don't know how you do this shot. That's a shot that needs like a camera tracking setup. Like that snap at the end. How do you do that? How did you do that? Is it on a turntable and then they just added the rotation in post? I guess that's what happened. That's probably what happened. There was just a rotation and then they did an additional rotation. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. So they're just on a turntable probably. It's good. Oh, it's good. The devices are good. There's lots of like really nicely done. There's all these things that are sort of segments from a fake TV channel that are just expertly done in terms of the sound, like this Christmas special. All the aspects of this weird old TV channel are really, really nicely done. Oh, it's good. It's so good. Well, so sometimes there are backgrounds and it still holds up because there's sometimes backgrounds where there's still like good video, like even, this is what I'm something like this. Like this very bad key, right? This is not a good key. And generally in all these scenarios where you, I remember what I was going to say from before. The keying is bad, but it almost looks so bad in a way that you couldn't do with modern tools. Like it almost looks like the keying was deliberately, very meticulously worked on to make it look like it was done in that era. Like this kind of like weird sort of like maybe they figured it out with whatever the chroma key stuff in After Effects and just got it looking that way. It doesn't feel like that to me. It really has the feel of the keying being from then. It's good. The other thing it reminds me of a lot actually is like Norman McLaren, Boards of Canada kind of stuff, like 60s Boards of Canada, particularly this one. If you ignore the weird underwear pants part, I mean, this one certainly looks a little more technically sophisticated, but it's not too far off from something like this, which was all done analog, like old Norman McLaren stuff. Is it Synchrony? It's not Synchrony. It's the one that's like a fugue. It's this Canon. So like a very advertisements. Why do I pay for this? I just want to be logged into Google without being logged into Google, right? Like that's all. Logged into YouTube without. Like this era, this Norman McLaren kind of 60s. I think that last one, that kind of kaleidoscopic one doesn't quite hit it. It's like a little too high fidelity, but it's good. It's so good. It's good. So good. Oh, what is it? Oh no. Is this more weirdness for me? Is it good or is it just weird? Because, oh, a Norwegian television show, outstanding. So there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's this kind of thing, I think really plays the UK version, not the Norwegian thing, but this kind of thing shows up a lot on that channel, on the fake QTV channel. Did you see reruns of this when you were a kid? Or was this well before your time? I think they look great. Those are great puppets. There's a thing we have in the US, not so much anymore, but when I was growing up, there were very regional kids shows, and some of them were kind of syndicated and rebroadcast around. So like the TV station in Chicago, WGN maybe, had a lot of shows that they produced. So Bozo the Clown was one of them. Oh, that's one in Jacksonville. I always think of it as one from, I thought it was Chicago. So the Chicago one is the one I always think of, because I think that's the one that was rebroadcast to me. So it's kind of a weird clown show, whatever. But there were some that were local to Texas, and there was one show called Mr. Peppermint, which almost feels like a fever dream because it was a Texas local show. I think it was out of Dallas or somewhere near Dallas. But of course, nobody else in the rest of the country knows anything about Mr. Peppermint. So he did it for a long time. But by the time I saw it, like, you know, maybe he was charming when he was younger and fun, young puppets and whatever. But by the time I saw it, he was already kind of older and a little creepy, and the puppets were kind of creepy, and everything was a little bit creepy. Oh, did your dad grew up with Pommel Og Pilt? Like, yeah, Mr. Peppermint. I don't have anything bad to say about Mr. Peppermint. It was just, it was a little weird. Well, look at this. We get a record and a coloring book of Mr. Peppermint. Look at Mr. Peppermint. Maybe I should be the new Mr. Peppermint. Maybe that should be my whole Twitch thing. Like a rebirth of Mr. Peppermint. I am so off track now. What was I doing? I kind of want to use GitHub Pages as a CDN. Which I think there's that raw GitHub thing. Official answer, it's okay. I just don't know where to link heat, right? Do we leave it in that heat repository, but then it's a copy of a thing? Like, eh. You think we'd cancel Mr. Peppermint? Oh. Okay, find a good YouTube clip for me of your creepy Norwegian friend. I don't want to do this. We have too many repositories, is the actual fact. How about we have one less repository and Heat Viewer is just Heat? Is that what we should do? I'm trying to think of a reason that would be a bad idea. I think it's an okay idea. I've got too many repos, man. I do wish there was repo hierarchies. That's one of the things I like least about GitHub. Both Bitbucket and GitLab, you can have hierarchies of projects. So I could just be in Heat land, but GitHub does not do that, which is a bummer. I mean, Heat already is kind of the macro repo that looks at everything else, but I don't think I need that separate from this. I think this is just the thing that I want. So, but this is where the wiki is, so how do I want to deal with that? I think we get rid of Heat Viewer. How do we want to do this? Or we keep heat viewer because it's already set up and we get rid of just the heat repo. Even though it has the wiki. Okay, so we just need to like gets and gets and gets. You can, I mean, you can do, I think on GitLab, you can have all the hierarchy you want, which I'm definitely, I feel like Google did this to us. Where Google was like, with Google Drive, it's like, you don't need hierarchy, you just search for whatever you want. Search is the solution, not hierarchy. And GitHub kind of follows that, where it's like, you don't need hierarchy, just search. Do you need it? Just search for it. I hate that. I always want to organize things where I want them. Which, you know, eventually you can do that with Google Drive, of course, but it's kind of not the default. The default is somebody shared something with you, we just threw it in the root. Sorry. Oh, you didn't want that there? Too bad. Okay, so we have heat. We have a wiki here. I don't think the wiki's very good, so what heat viewer links to that wiki? I don't know. We're probably gonna break some stuff. Good thing nobody cares. There's probably no way to just migrate. Oh wait, there is. How do you do that? There's a weird thing where you can like clone just a wiki, and then so I could like clone the wiki and then I could push it. Do I care that much? So we could just have like a, this is silly. I just want to see if it'll work. I think it does. And then we can go over here and do what? We got to turn on a wiki. This is a silly thing to do. Wait, is it going to break heat warfare? It's not going to break heat warfare. I specifically kept a legacy server up. It will go away eventually, but actually it will be, like with heat warfare, did you have to run that external little WebSocket client that I built, right? Like didn't you have to run a stupid extra Node.js thing? You don't have to do that anymore. Yeah, we should have a day where, once this is done, we can update heat warfare. You can have direct access if you use my WebSockets library. Okay, so what do we want to do? We go to heat, what do we have? No. That didn't work. Wait, what did I do? I am not good at Windows commands, command line commands. Okay. Try this again. That's not what I actually want to do. No, wait. Where was the copy? Do this. Okay. I think we did it. You don't need multiplayer netcode anymore. You just use heat. It's all heat now. Heat all the way down. Okay, so did that work? Cool. That's kind of cool. So, is there anything else we actually care about over here? We don't even have any code because I didn't push it yet. We have one person made an issue. What was the issue? I never did it. I feel bad for ignoring this, but it just was not at a time that I could worry about heat. So I'm going to delete that repo. We're going to kill it. Delete this repository. I don't know that anything we've done today has actually made us get closer to the goal that we had, but okay, and now you will become heat. We've done it. Okay, so then we need to make sure. I don't even know. God, Unity. Oh, Unity. So actually, Ben, two other things about Unity. One is probably the most ridiculous thing that Unity does now is show that like warning you're using experimental features warning, which is like always, because I always need some package that is marked as experimental. But this thing, I didn't know about this. Maybe you knew about this. That, you know how UI elements turned into UI toolkit? But UI toolkit, I think when it was UI, maybe I'm wrong about this. I thought when it was UI elements, it was only for the editor. And it was all inside, yeah, it was Unity editor UI elements. But now that it's Unity toolkit, part of that is that now you can use it in runtime. So you can, am I understanding that correctly? I just saw this accidentally. I knew they were planning it. I just didn't know you could do it now. So I think you can do it now. So I haven't even learned it. I haven't even looked into it. Is it good or is it terrible? Because the thing that would make it good, and it probably doesn't have the thing. Okay, actually, maybe it does. Yeah, okay, what I was about to say is if it could like have model bindings the way that like Vue or React do, then it changes everything. Then that's like suddenly means you can make good UIs in Unity. Like, is that true? Can I just bind a value? Well, I definitely don't like that it's a string. I have to look into it to really figure it out. But if it could do the thing that Vue.js and React do, where it's like, I've got my model and I've got my view, but I'm going to bind them, and then they're just going to do whatever, then that would be amazing. Because then you wouldn't have to do all the stupid stuff of like, oh, I got to go toggle the thing because I toggled the thing. Or whatever. Like, oh, this value is now negative. I need to go make sure that it's toggled off on the toggle button. Whereas if the toggle button was just bound to that field or property, then it would just automatically toggle off. Like, that's the thing you want in modern UI creation. And people have tried to do that, like Unity MVVM, but I have not seen any of them that seem... I mean, there's people working on it, but I don't know. If UI Toolkit just does that, that would be amazing. Yeah, well, it's gonna look ugly, right? What can you do about it? I'm kind of surprised nobody, maybe somebody probably will, because people just like to React bindings for everything. Somebody will probably make a React compatible, or like something that conforms to React ways to do things. I'm suddenly using the immediate mode GUI more than I ever have. I use it all the time for debug UIs now. I hope it, yeah, I hope that doesn't go away because it's extremely handy to just instantly say like, I just need a button for 5 minutes. Okay, what are we even doing? Does anyone know? Anybody remember? I think what we're doing, I think this is what we're doing. I hope I didn't actually delete anything that was valuable. I don't think I did. I think the thing we're doing is what? What are we doing? I think we are. I don't think we need this thing called stupid anymore. I think instead of having this in here, I'm going to leave that for now because it'll break if we don't. But I think we just want this to be like our new heat. And then if you want it, no, I think it does go in here. I think it does replace the old one. And then we just need to rewrite every one of our examples. But that's okay, because we're going to have to do that anyway. Right? I've been streaming for 3 hours. What have I accomplished? Nothing? Not sure I've accomplished anything. Okay, so straight up heat. We don't care about heat anymore. Heat is out. What even was it? I don't even know. Who even knows what it was? Heat, get out of here. Heat viewer is now heat. And we love it. And it's just what we wanted and we care about it and it's important. Our get config is going to be wrong. Can I see that in here? Probably not. Oh yeah, right. We did what Kyle wanted, so so we're done, basically. We've done everything we need to do and that we care about. So are all of these links to our wiki broken now, or are they okay now? We really should have used 11t for this, probably. Maybe we'll go back and do that. Didn't we link to the wiki to say how to do a thing? Maybe we didn't do a very good job of documenting anything. Wait, life is yours. Can you not YouTube? Wait a minute. Oh, I think I made it. Maybe I made it mod only. Life is yours. It might be mod only. Kyle, can you try that URL? Okay, sorry. Life is yours. You can be a mod if you want to. Oh, the Wikipedia reader was pretty good. We should bring that back. I liked that actually. My Wikipedia reader friend. I was trying to look this morning and clean up all of the projects we've had over the years. Wait, that's not. I thought you were going to show us your weird puppets. Those are not your weird puppets. Where's the weird puppets? Yeah, I tried to look at. Wait, I killed Heat? What? Are you sure? No, I just clicked it and I got a kiss. Heat works fine. Are you saying that Heat is not working for you? Or you're not trying? You just are saying that I killed Heat. I killed Heat. I killed the Heat repository, but then I brought it back 30 seconds later. So I think we're okay. Yeah, but then I renamed the Heat viewer to Heat. So now everything's all good, right? How do we do this? Can I just drag stuff in here? Oh boy. We gotta finish high score one of these days too. I have to we need to add new permissions to the thing. We'll add some. Yeah, we'll do it one day. Kyle forces me to work on that. I'm never gonna finish any project ever, probably. That's how it feels right now. Get out of here. Sweet. Okay, good grief. Now can I just add all of these to source tree? No, because it's not. Can I add one of them to source tree? No. Worthless. Impressively worthless. Okay. Open. Add all these? No, I can only add them one at a time. Why? Add it to heat. Sure. Pain in the butt. Yeah, we would just do it in the URL, right? No, oh my gosh, add commands? Outrageous. No, we don't. Our commands don't take arguments. We're not that advanced. Okay, so this was the old way. Okay. We didn't want to do that. Wait, why do I... Okay, that's fine. This actually does matter. So that'll be new. We're gonna have to port all of those. So that's gonna kind of suck. So how do we want to do this? Did we make a... I just want to feel like I moved one card over. I don't think we've moved any cards over. Port examples use heat. Yeah, we haven't done any of these things. So I kind of want to make a thing that I can just drag over. It's dumb that we can't do the editor. The editor doesn't show up as a role. Okay. Yeah, we were going to do that. I want to make sure I can do that, actually. Can we do the thing that I want to do? Binary, you did that. Binary, you have a custom subdomain for production for your worker. I need an issue for my issue. Okay, I'll try the YouTube thing. Do I have permission to do it?
Pilt.
Pumpel.
Pilt.
Pumpel.
Pilt.
Pumpel.
Pilt.
Pumpel.
I love this. How come people don't make anything that's good anymore? Thank you for the real-time translations. Oh, we gotta add the text? Okay.
Skal vi begynne nå, kanskje?
Ooh, okay, that may be all I can handle. That reminds me of some other things. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Well, but do you have, like, do I have to actually make a new worker? Or I can have two environments inside one worker, right? Like, I can have a separate environment here? Or does it show up as a truly separate worker? If I want a dev and a Oh. Oh. Interesting. Oh, but it's only URL routing. That's too bad. It's kind of cool though. But we want this. So you can only interact with environments using Wrangler. So how do I do I have to do anything? Do I just set a CNAME that points at the thing I want and then it just works? Or do I have to? I mean, I could just use work. I mean, I don't know how much I care about real domain, but I see. So I could just do this and have I could have heat and heat. Heat EBS and heat EBS staging. I see. I don't know how much I care, because I kind of want. Subdomain. But wait, that's the rank workers dev subdomain. How do I do it with my own URL? Where's the documentation? Oh, is the zone? Okay, they call it the zone. I'm a little confused about this. What's bucket do? Is that where KV stuff goes? In a bucket? So I just need a route in there and everything magically works? But otherwise it goes to... I'm confused here. So this is saying like production is the default? Why doesn't production have a... Why isn't production just at example.com? A little confusing. Learning. Just know how the route... I want to know how the routing works. That's kind of weird. Yeah, so you have to have an A name to point to just some... That feels weird. Oh, you don't have to do that if you do it with Wrangler? Well, then I'm confused. What Wrangler command are you using? I think I've confused myself yet again. Or configuration? So static assets. Oh. I don't think I realized I could do that. So subdomain is a command? Oh, it's a command. Oh. But how can you do that and have staging? Oh. I am still a bit confused about this. I feel like the documentation does not make this very clear. Or I'm just not getting it. Why is there nothing about... it seems like a thing that you'd want to show an example of. I don't understand. Like, well, it seems like a pattern people would really want to know. Well, like, yeah, great environments, sure. I mean, you normally you would dev locally, but you can't dev locally with you know, those things, those one things. Durable objects. But I'm still confused. Where does zone ID come from? That is maybe the thing that I'm confused about. Do I need a zone ID or do I not need a zone ID? Like what is the zone ID? You would think this document would say what it is, but it doesn't. And it was not very explicit in that other document. Like what? Is that a thing I should just know? Is that a thing that's just available to me somewhere? I have an account ID. What are you? Okay, you can get your zone ID. To publish your application to a domain you own and not a workers dev subdomain, you have to add a route key. It says you can add a route key. You can get your zone ID with the following steps. Oh, it's literally from my domain. Okay. And then this is the pattern will be served. Weird. Okay. So you're telling me that if I just do this. Okay, that makes sense. I just wasn't clear where that came from, but it's like from Cloudflare. It's a Cloudflare, but these domains are hosted on Cloudflare, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Are you saying I could? Yeah, I think it's sure. I just didn't know what they were talking about, but that makes sense. So if I just go here, there's just going to be a zone ID. Yeah. Okay. Got it. Right. So this is, I can publish. It will publish to dev. But if I say to use staging, it'll go to staging. Okay, I see. So that's pretty cool. So this is not, I don't understand this. Like, that's sort of weird. Why are the routes different? Is that just them overcomplicating their example for no reason? Like, I think for me, I would just use their dev thing as staging. And then when I was ready to go to, if I can, which it seems like I should be able to, like if I just defaulted to, like if I didn't put a route up here and I only had a route if I said to go to production, then I would publish to the real deal. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm fine using their, that'll only be for testing, so it doesn't matter that much. Okay, but are you telling me that this is just gonna magically make a CNAME on my domain? Or that I also have to go make a CNAME? Like this will just do some magical... That's weird. That's kind of scary. So like, how that sounds like black magic. How does this black magic work? So you're telling me, if I go here and I say, what? Why do I have Visual Studio installed? I don't think I do. That's a lie. You're telling me if I go in here and I've got my beautiful whatever, and I stick this in here, and the name is like, this name is HeDBS Dev or whatever. Do I care if the name is different? Maybe it has to be. And then this becomes, I don't like that they like got fancy with their example there. Why did they do that? You shouldn't get fancy with examples. That's my Scott's tip of the day. Don't get fancy with examples. Okay, so if I don't do a name here, it's just going to stick production at the end. But that's fine, because I don't care, right? Because I'm actually... This is going to be... Can I do this? Like 2 levels? I'm gonna just do this. What if I just do this? So Wrangler publish will just go wherever it's supposed to go. So I'm gonna have a problem though with my secrets, right? Because are my secrets per environment, or are they like, maybe these are shared? So if I just do env or capital production, env production, no deployment specified. What did I do wrong? Oh, sure. Wrangler subdomain. Oh, I didn't do my zone file, my zone ID. Why did I have? So if I do my own, does that mean I can't do both anymore? Like if I do this now, it's like my thing. In other words, do I have to have can I not, can I mix and match where I do both workers dev? The documentation, well, it says, yeah, okay, it says for staging you can do that. So I can just do workers dev. So that's fine. So even staging could be there, and only Fancy Pants goes where we're going. Okay, got it. So I can do Wrangler subdomain and do ebs.he.j38 on that. Is that what I want? I think that's what I actually want. You sure you permanently want to move your subdomain? I don't know, do I? Look at this horrible name. heatebs.ebs.heat. Okay. What? What did I do wrong? Do I still need a route? My worker staging, my worker dash staging. Workers down, workers down, workers down. That's not what I expected to happen. that is a very edge domain. But so that's what my workers dev domain is. But my real domain is going to be this. It's going to magically make the CNAME for me. It seems like their examples don't exactly show this this weird scenario that I'm trying to do, right? Okay, so it does still want a quadruple A domain, right? I still do have to do that or no? Seems like I do. I mean, I hesitate to push this button because it seems weird. Like, why would it do that? It feels like I'm not doing this correctly. I wish they actually showed an example of this in use. That's the subdomain on workers dev that you'd like to reserve. Wait, are you sure I have to do something here? Crazy Pickle, how it's going? How it's going? How is it going? How is it going? I think this just changes your workers dev subdomain. I think. I could be radically wrong about that. It also seems like I do need a CNAME. But maybe it'll magically make it for me? Is this magic? Problem is I can't test it because I'm not actually... Maybe I can. This seems like it shouldn't work. And it doesn't. Okay, yeah. Maybe I got a route. Because that other documentation said I did need an AAAAA name. Okay, so that is where. That's in here. Show me all the routes, please. I kind of don't like that it shows as totally separate things, but I guess... So I sort of want, well, I want my default, I guess, to be dev. But if I change this to dev, is it going to rename the old one? Or is it going to like mean that I accidentally have multiples? Or... I mean, that looks like the route I want, right? Curious. I'm probably just breaking things, but that's okay. Yeah, I think I just need the AAAA, but I'm not totally sure about that. Okay, so now we have a heat EBS dev. That's not really what I wanted, but it'll do. So do I have 3 routes now? Because I don't want that. Yes, I actually only have 3 routes now. So let's get rid of this one because I don't really want this one. Can I get rid of you? Okay, because you'll basically just be heat EBS or... And so my default publish is going to be dev, which I want. I'm not even going to have an idea of staging because, like, I have to be staging, essentially, to for durable objects to work anyway. But if I do want to go to production... Okay, so then, right, the other thing was... you're just not a thing yet. But that's fine. And I'm pretty sure the documentation said to use an AAAA domain, but I don't know what documentation I was looking at now. Was it here? What documentation was I looking at that said that? You're useless. So we need a dummy AAAA. Okay. If your route is configured to a host name, you have to have DNS. Okay, so we can just have a dummy pointed to fake IPv6. Yeah, I actually have a few. I don't remember what it's for actually now. I feel like I have some dummy entries. These are gone now. Those can go away. They're destroyed. I thought I had something else that was like kind of a weird dummy entry. Okay, so we're just saying that I need a quadruple A, and this is and it's this discard address. And then do I want proxies status on or off? Guess it doesn't really matter. Kind of weird URL. Wait, a CNAME instead? I also need a CNAME? Or what do I... Wait, sorry. Oh, well... I don't know. Can I dig on here? Probably not. Go to a real computer. Can I dig on here? What are my name servers? I don't know. Mario. Did I do that wrong? I probably did it wrong. I thought this is how you did that, to say look at it. Okay, yeah. So, well, yeah, I have records. It says they're A records. Even though I quadruple A'd it. I don't know. I mean, is this the fake IPv6 thing? Oh, because I have the Cloudflare proxy on. Should I turn that off? I don't know what's... I think it just may be cache, because it seems like it works. Maybe it doesn't work. Is curl broken? Ugh. Really? What's wrong now? Oh, not secure. Okay. Is the actual problem. Why? What did I do wrong? I mean, you can do that thing where you like fake SSL, but I don't. That's at a domain level, and I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I'm not clear. I'm not clear about this. ebs.heat.g38.net. Good. It's a good URL. You think it is the proxy? Could be. Could well be. Let's try another web browser. Yeah, the documentation is not great. No cipher overlap. I mean, I don't have a certificate unless they have done something. But the, okay, just to check. Our other dude works fine. Okay, wait. I think I get it. Well, sort of I get it. You got this to work with SSL? So, wait, why do I still have 2 of these? We don't want this one. I thought I deleted this. Script still in use by durable object. Ugh. I probably can't do this. So is this just like, I can't do anything with this for now? Can I seriously not delete this because of this durable object problem? Okay, so I don't have to like... This is dumb. Okay, now we have published a broken version of this. Now can I delete the broken version? That was real dumb. Okay, what am I even doing anymore? So I do have, you know, if I go here, I'm all SSL'd up, right? Everything's good. So it kind of makes sense that serving this... Oh. Okay, the workers dev route is not enabled because I have this route, but I could enable that. So that would let us know if it's working. I have to save this now that I did that. So this is going to be running at both. Why is that not coming up? Looks the same. That's weird. Our other guy's okay though, right? That's weird. But why? Why? I didn't do anything differently. I just published. Oh, my only difference is this environmental variable and ebs.heat.j3. But you think the route wouldn't matter if I have a workers.dev? Can I just CNAME to this instead? You think? I wonder. Oh, good point. Maybe I don't have the secrets in that environment. That is a good point. I think I took out most logging, but we'll see. I think I left logging on for exceptions. So we could have a situation. But it shouldn't even get to just to show the welcome, like just to show the thank you. It's hard to imagine what would have caused an exception. Okay, so there's this guy. But this doesn't, this looks like, wait, now it worked. Why did it work now? Maybe it just took a minute? But I still feel like I'm going to get an SSL error here. You know, it's DNS. Sometimes it takes a while for things to propagate, right? You'd have to think like 24 hours. So like, yeah, maybe DNS will propagate in 24 hours. So at least faster than that. What am I doing? Okay, but that wasn't. I got no logging. Open Firefox, totally fresh, doesn't know anything. Could be DNS cached at the OS level. What is that thing? DS cache util? I think I'm using 1:1:1:1:1:1. Say in here? Doesn't say my. But what is that thing? DS, or it's a flush. DS cache util is the macOS way to do it. But that's weird. I'm not even okay. But is this now screwed up because I told it to serve workers.dev? Seems like it should. Yeah, additional routes. Seems like this should be okay, right? ebs.heat.j38.net is definitely a thing that looks like it should work. Not you. But this is happy. Can I just CNAME this instead? Does that make this easier? If I just CNAME this? Feels easier. Does that mess anything up for anybody? I don't think so, right? As far as the browser's concerned, or anybody who asks, they don't know. Does it mess up SSL? It might mess up SSL though, right? Because this is going to have a certificate. Yeah, this certificate is only for there. So a CNAME would not work with SSL. Wait, on you're squatting a domain on workers, right? Does it have SSL? Or maybe only the A records? Oh. A too deep subdomain is illegal? Wait, this is illegal? Oh, right. Yeah, I'm too deep. I'm in too deep. Well, it's just because I was going to leave heat-ebs alone. What do I want the, How do I want to do this? What do I want the, where do I want the domain to be? Do I have universal SSL enabled? It's definitely starting to get sleepy. under attack. I think it would still break SSL. I forget what my SSL configuration is. I thought it was strict. Yeah. Edge certificates. Edge. Yeah. I have anything at j38.net, but not at. I guess I could pay the money probably to do it. That's funny. That's kind of funny. So what do I want to do if I want to keep the old service up and running at heat? The only reason I was going to do the 2 deep is because I have heat-ebs. I don't like dashes and domains anyway. It could just be called ebs.j38.net, but maybe I'll have another extension in the future and I'll want a different. Now I have to decide a domain name. Extension backend service. That's the naming from Twitch for what the thing is. But I have heat.j38.net is where like the front end example code and all that stuff will be. So I could probably just use that, but set up. How would I want to do that? I mean, I could deploy that site, you know, the normal heat site. How? Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, it's extension backend service. It's the heat thing. But I think I just realized my thinking is wrong here. We do need to swap the URLs. We will need to do that. And then for the old service to work, oh, this is maybe a weird one. Let me think about this for a second. Okay, my legacy handling I think is broken because there's kind of 2 scenarios. It's a bit confusing. Well, there's like 4 scenarios. If once we flip over, everything is the new domain. Everything points there, it's all good. Unless, and if somebody has old code pointed to we actually need to have a legacy domain so that if anybody tries to connect to the new domain but are connecting in a weird way, they get forwarded to the legacy and we forward to the legacy. So this is a bit confusing. Well, it's not just a page rule because this is for the, you know, all the legacy handling in the service. Okay, so now I think I know it needs to go on. The new server will be at the old server's URL. It'll be at heat-ebs.j38.net. Because that's what we want. And then the old service, which is currently there, yeah, this is wrong. This will have to change to like legacy.j38.net or whatever. So let's think about this. I think we can at least start on that. That's not right. It's just for, what am I doing? Okay, so this is the old Salesforce. Okay, so what we have to do is make this even a little bit more complicated, and it's going to be great. We're going to need to add a new CNAME to this, which I hope I can have multiple. Yes. So we need another one that is like heat at heat legacy.j38.net. And now we got to do the stupid thing. So now we have to go back to Cloudflare. Okay, this is going to be fine. It's going to be fine. This will semi make things easier, but also slightly make them, at least in the interim, a little more annoying. So now we have a heat legacy, and we probably don't want that proxied. Yeah. And we don't need this. This thing we don't need. This we will not need. So we have a heat. And get rid of that. Not proxied. Okay, I think we got it. I hopefully, I don't think I did, but can we still click? Yes, we still have kisses. We have not broken. Production is still good. We're still good. It probably wouldn't matter if I actually did, but I'm trying to be careful. So we need like a legacy const because there's two. In fact, we still have a few things up here. No. Well, because we have to do the WebSockets thing too. But that's actually right, because the WebSocket upgrade would happen after. That doesn't seem right. If you've asked for the upgrade, can I still forward you to... I think that was working though. So I don't know, let's try it. So the legacy URL will be whatever we call this, log from Whammo. Oh, no. Okay, cont. So heat legacy, whatever. Did I have a slash in my legacy? I didn't. Should I have? Oh no. No slash was there. Okay. I think that's actually what we'll want. So when we flip over, it should just instantly work because that other URLs are ready to go. And we'll test all that, of course. But... okay, so I think that's good. I think it's good. And then the routes. So that is going to have to end up as a weird A name. So we can't do that yet, I think. So we will want this. But not yet. Can you comment things in a TOML file? Counting. Okay. Can we add TOML support? Better TOML. Got a lot of downloads. I can't wait. Okay. A rainbow of kisses. A beautiful shooting star of kisses has just flown across the night sky. Okay, I think this is something like right. I'm not gonna say it's right, but it's something like it. Can we still publish to dev? And can we publish to production? Even though the URL is gonna be weird, but that's fine. PDBS. Okay. I think we're okay, and I think these are all gonna work. And we just can't have the custom URL until we're ready to do it. I was jumping the gun. I blame myself and also binary, both. I blame both of us. And now these should just be fine because these are not fancy, right? These are just... Wait, I specifically commented that. Oh, why is that there? Did that not publish? It says it published. Did it just not refresh the page? Why is it showing? Whatever. Okay. You and you. Welcome, welcome. Great. Okay. And then, does legacy work? I don't want to test that right now. I want to be done pretty soon. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to order food, and when it's time to go get the food, we're going to be done. Let's order food together. It's Friday night. It's time. It's order food o'clock. Actually, 7 past order food o'clock. Let's order Thai food. We want. I used to be so snotty about pad Thai and always be like, oh, you should never get pad Thai. You should get something interesting. Get something new at a restaurant. But now that I eat from the same Thai restaurant every week, sometimes I just I want pad Thai. Also, they give you the biggest serving with pad Thai, I feel like. But we'll also get curry to eat tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Some Grubhub creds. I'm using Beyond Menu. This restaurant uses Beyond Menu. We'll say we're gonna pick it up. What? Like 45 minutes? We'll say we'll get it at 8 o'clock. We'll continue streaming till 8 o'clock. We want some pad Thai, vegetables and tofu. Vegan, please. Add to order. We want some green curry, probably. Green curry? I think that's jam. Green curry, vegetables and tofu. Medium spicy. Vegan, please. Add to order. Picking up at 8 p.m. Brown rice, pad Thai, green curry. Let's do it. Let's Apple Pay. Let's use this different payment method. We've done it. Hey Siri. Timer 50 minutes.
15 minutes. Counting down.
So, yeah. You should, there's a weird thing, and maybe I've talked about this before, but in Amarillo, where I'm from, you know, like ethnic food of any kind has historically kind of struggled there, but the one foothold, the one like absolute foothold was oh, the email client open. I try not to do that when streaming. Why did I hear that pop? I have multiple email clients open, one of them with work emails. Oh my gosh, get out of here. Can't do that. Okay. but for whatever reason, like kind of like fast foody Chinese restaurants could be there, and big Chinese buffets could be there. And at both, like at the Chinese buffets, of course, there'd still be like French fries and steak fingers and whatever to feed the kids who were picky. But somehow, like sweet and sour chicken with the really cheap sweet and sour sauce from like Chinese restaurants, that became acceptable in like Amarillo, in the realm of Amarillo cuisine. Somehow Chinese restaurants got a pass. Other Asian restaurants did not get a pass unless they always have to have a fortune cookie, even if it's like a Thai restaurant. And they always have to have sweet and sour chicken, even if it's totally unrelated to whatever cuisine they're serving. So every sign for every Asian restaurant in Amarillo is not just like Thai food or Vietnamese food or whatever. It's like Thai food and Chinese food, or Vietnamese and Chinese. So you know that you can go and get sweet and sour chicken, which I can tell is like, my grandma used to get that because it's basically just fried chicken fingers, so it was close enough for her. But it's a clever thing that they, so like you go to the Thai restaurant in Amarillo and you get a fortune cookie. Okay, so we still did not actually do anything on this list. We did set up, we did the environments, and those seem to work actually. They're not quite done, but they're almost done. And then this subdomain, we didn't actually have to make a new subdomain. This task was actually different. It was more like prepare for subdomain swap or whatever. Can I edit this? So we've kind of we have two things in progress. These things are going to be way whatever bigger deals. This thing we kind of barely, yeah, this we've started at least. So that's going to mean going through all those examples and set them to use the new heat. I mean, you had to have sushi everywhere. I don't remember that from, I only lived in Chicago for like 6 months. I don't remember what I ate. Probably the same thing from like 3 different restaurants. Was there a place called Earwax? I used to like Earwax in Chicago. Oh, wait, I know where I ate in Chicago. I ate at Earwax, which I liked a lot, and Chicago Diner, which I liked a lot. There were a couple other places, some particular pizza place. I feel like there was some particular Asian restaurant I liked in Chicago. It's been a long time. Chicago had pretty good food. Chicago's like, I liked Chicago. I liked a lot of things about Chicago. I especially liked it just like being able to jog and then just jump into the lake. I really enjoyed. Chicago is like weirdly, I'm very introverted and it's very slow to make in-person print. Uh-oh. We've got Backblaze. I think we just got Backblazed, but now our bitrate is back. Anyway, I'm pretty slow to meet people, but I do it eventually. But Chicago is like the one city that I think I showed up there with no local friends. You know, I had the friends that I had traveled with and was living with. I showed up with no Chicago friends and I left with no Chicago friends. Chicago might be the only city that I lived in that I did not make a friend, which is a little bit weird. I guess I didn't try that hard, but still a little bit weird. I mean, normally you figure you like make a friend by accident, but it just didn't happen. Okay, so we've got this. So what we also need to, so we have another repository that we probably want to rename, which is the Heat front end, because that's called Twitch. And this isn't private, but I kind of want it to be private. There's no reason for this to be public. So this will be called Heat front end. Front end, one word. Front end. Back end is front end. Front dash end, front end. Front end, front end. Front end, back end? I'm going to just call it front end because it feels like it works in this context. Let's rename it. Let's make it private because there's really no reason. Oh, rely slightly on security through obscurity. We don't need issues. We don't need that stuff. Wait, where's the make it private? It's you. Yeah, it's so I think you're right. It can be like also Seattle's a super introverted. Seattle's probably the most introverted city I've ever lived in, but because I went to college there, it was easy to make friends there. There also, I think Chicago, New York just has like the anonymity of the crowd, so you're around 1 trillion people and you can just kind of like be lost in that. Chicago felt a little different. Minneapolis felt a little this way too, where there's like a little bit of like Midwest neighborhoodness. Almost like not quite cliquishness, but just like circles of people. And I just didn't find those circles necessarily. Okay, we're private. So heat front end. Do we actually need to do anything different on the front end? I'm not sure that we do. Let's close some of these 7,000 repositories. Yeah, really I want to add 85 things. I want you to be inside there. Get in there, yes. It's a dumb name. How do I make you not have such a dumb name? That origin looks wrong. Can I rename the bookmark? Or source tree just doesn't let you have... Okay, that worked. Anyway, so now we have these 75 other things, which I just can't drag in here, which is so stupid. Like, why can't I just drag this in here? Doesn't that seem like a thing I should be able to do? Like, shift drag? I've broken my links by moving things around. Why? And this thing, the shift drag, it's dumb. It's not good. Bad. Done a bad job. Okay. I guess we just have to open these all one at a time. So heat, what do we actually care about? So you're now called heat front end. So we care about heat. We care about the front end. And we care about the workers. We don't really care about the other repositories anymore. Some of them can just go away. Heat front end, and heat workers. Okay. What have we done? Preparation, prep, in preparation, prep, and prep for. Okay. Legacy URL, logger URL. We pushed this stuff and we feel like it works, right? So if we go to here, we broke it. It would be this one. I don't even know where we are anymore. This was heat viewer, but is now just straight up heat. And on our, so all of our examples are going to be broken, but we kind of want them to be broken. Maybe they'll just work. Oh, they're going to connect to the new. Yeah, what's going to happen, actually? I don't know. Heat is not defined. Because we needed to do like heat, new heat. So kissing booth, for example. Yeah, so that's probably what we need to do on the next stream, is just to go through and update these examples. And they'll be a little simpler. Where do we actually do heat stuff? Oh, we just don't. That's the only place it's used. Heat. Yeah, and do we support the, okay, yeah, but now earlier I said I didn't want to do the thing, the URL parameter thing, but now maybe I do. Did I delete the code for that? This thing? Can I copy and paste this? Because I want it. Probably not gonna let me, right? It did. How about that? Oh, really? Whatever. We have to refactor all these anyway. They were never very tidy. Okay, so we are heat connected, but let's do channel is equal to whatever the rig is. Like the one thing I'm kind of thinking of now, and I don't know. Like if we want to stay with heat EBS for where we tell people to go. Time's already up. That's not right. Oh, maybe it thought I said 15 minutes instead of 50. Who knows? Hey Siri, timer 30 minutes.
30 minutes starting now.
Your track light outlet adapter. Wait, where you can just like plug in a track light, like plug in a socket to turn a track light into a plug-in adapter? Is that what you mean? Is it UL certified? Does it have a sticker on it that says UL certified? Okay, so now we should be able to click here and get kisses. Okay, so that's all new heat. It's very responsive. Great. You have one. Okay, did you like get this from Alibaba or something? It's probably gonna burn your house down. I see. So you have a thing that you twist in, and then yeah. I mean, yeah. Just look for that. Just look for that Underwriter's Laboratory sticker on it before you plug it in. A dog cam. Okay, it's worth it. It's worth burning your house down. We did this weird thing to show demo or not. Yeah, we just have tidying up to do. All this stuff's a mess. It was always a mess. But at least it works. So that's kind of the big thing that we're going to need to do. The other repositories, which are the client was just nothing. Like Heat client was kind of nothing. This is the thing for TwitchCon. I think we just archive this. Or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. But the EBS will be kind of the legacy server. This was just some test. That was like our test for lighting control. Yeah. Okay. And then this one was kind of a mess anyway. I mean, I guess you could do that. That seems a little dangerous, but hey, sometimes you have to just burn your house down. Okay, so this feels like we're in okay. Even though we didn't actually finish anything today, I mean, we did this. We have production. We did it. Done. We did a thing. And the other stuff doesn't seem too bad. And because what I'm trying to imagine two things. These are the things I'm trying to imagine. Thing number one. Maybe there's three things. Three things I'm trying to imagine. Once we flip this over, I don't think we actually have to make any changes to the front end. Like to Twitch front end, I think it will just work. Is that true? No, it won't. That's not true. What I just said was not true. I mean, it makes sense. That kind of thing has listed for a long time. You know, there's always been, even from like the light bulb, you could screw something into a light bulb socket to get an adapter. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've had to do that in places. Maybe I've probably actually used the track light adapter thing. I think, or if I don't know that I have personally, but I've worked on projects where they were in use at the museum. I'm pretty sure they have some of those. Because then you can just piggyback off of something where with the lights of the room get shut down, you can shut off wherever it is. Okay, so I think what I was about to say was a falsehood, which is this. We have to change. We do, okay. So this is gonna be a problem, kind of. Can we do a fetch? So I think it's fetch that's doing the options thing. Or it's like the browser Chrome underneath, like. So the browser should be caching it, so maybe the Twitch rig just doesn't. You would hope. Oh. Okay, so that max age thing maybe is good. Just piggyback as many adapters as you can. Okay, you can set a access control max age so that it will not. But it has to check every 10 minutes. One resource at a time, so this doesn't work for me. Because every time you click are different click coordinates, so I can't use this. So this sucks. So this seems like because we're in Coors land, like because we're cross origin land, we have to do. I'm always gonna get double hits on my workers unless we can come up with some proxy thing. That's lame. That's definitely not cool. Well, we'll worry about it when we get to 10 million clicks, I guess. By then, maybe it'll be a good problem to have. We'll be like, hey, we got 10 million clicks. Great job, everybody. So, what did we do here? We just made a mess, is all we did. Because we get the channel ID when we get the auth token. And then when we click. So this will be the same. This is going to be a little hard to coordinate, like, because it'll have to get approved by Twitch. I'm trying to think of how I can do this without having downtime, because we have to submit our update and then have to get approved by Twitch. I think it's still up to me when like, you know, like when we actually pull the trigger. I think. I hope. Who wrote this crap? It's me. I would not write it. Because the place we will need to send this will be this. But we can't, like, yeah, we can't flip all this stuff over. We have to do this all at once. And that's a problem. Because it's gonna, how am I gonna be able to test that? How are they going to be able to test it? Like, how can I have this where the URL? Oh boy. The way to do it that's probably the right way sucks, and I don't want to do it that way. I guess we could try to have a Cloudflare rule that would temporarily forward anything that was /channel to the new place. Okay, so right now this is not going to work. Why is heat broken? Have I broken heat? What happened? What? Where's heat? What happened? What did we do? We added the channel ID. What? What's going on? Oh, I know. I know.
I just want to go back.
You're now here. Okay. So this is busted. And that is to be expected. So how can we get around this? If I have any page rules left, excuse me, I don't know if this is gonna work. If we just did, how do we do this? To 2. So any request for we'll go to, well, but I actually don't know. So it needs to be like $1 because it could be it could be WebSockets, or it could be and then this becomes the Cloudflare worker URL. Maybe because we want to end up at the moment. We'll just redirect here. I don't know if this is going to work. This feels questionable at best.
I just want to go back.
$2. I don't know actually what. Like protocol matching? I don't know. Okay, just slash, I guess. Or are you saying I can't forward? Oh, lame. So I'd have to have 2 page rules, but I can't. I don't have 2 page rules. Oh no. Oh no. I'm using them. Doesn't really matter. I don't even know what the mail one is for. I don't remember why I was doing this. I never do this anyway. So this rule can probably go away. So I need 2 rules. What are the 2 rules? I don't actually know quite how to do this because this is a... So here's the issue. Twitch has to validate extension updates, but I don't want to switch things over until I'm ready, and I don't want to do that until I'm ready to deploy, you know? Like, I don't... Like, I'm tempted to, I guess my temptation, I wonder if they could get away with it. Like, if I could just very clearly make it clear that in the diff that the only change is that it goes to a new URL, that that they would just sign off on it without needing to test it, because the testing sucks. Testing process is not good. And it would be hard for me to make it testable at the new URL without breaking the old URL, unless I guess I can do... I mean, maybe if you just start it with slash, it does. I don't know. So if this was... anything that started with channel, basically, should actually forward to this place. But I'm confused by this. Like, is that real? Does that actually work? Valid auth header. Did I break original? Okay, original heat goes where it's supposed to. Like, we could, yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to waste page rules on this long term, but I was just thinking, like, oh, we could get it where we don't have to use the heat EBS URL anymore. Another worker. Could have more workers, it's true. But these page rules are just temporary to hopefully have things function while we update. But here's going to be the real trick, right? Is, can I do this? Will this work? My heart says it won't. But maybe it will. So that's heat connected. So does that mean that I can actually stay here and just change this URL to heat EBS / channel, and we're only forwarding anything from the channel? The WebSocket actually seems like it did work, shockingly. Refresh that view. Heat-EBS / channel. Okay, we got a couple things to try. So first of all is we need this with this channel. It acts like it worked. So now our clicks are busted. So what's the problem with this? We get an invalid auth header. Why? What's your problem? heat-ebs.j38.net / channel should be page ruling to this guy. heat-ebs.j38.net / channel. Huh. That acts like it's not forwarding over here. Weirdly. Unless it's like a cache thing, you know, because it's a redirect. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, where do you think I'm ending up? Cannot get this. This sort of sounds like if we were here and we went somewhere just totally invalid. Oh, maybe it didn't actually forward. Invalid auth header. I guess we were always saying that. I don't know. I mean, yeah, replacing the page with the worker. The one good thing would be is then we could log it and know what's going on. Because I can't quite tell what's happening here. I don't know which server is telling me this. Did we stop printing the... We need the status text. Wrong button. Let's just get a 404. I mean, we return 1 million 404s in the new server. We probably shouldn't. But we don't... We have better 404s than that. Like, our 404s are... Okay, let me triple check the... Because this seems like it worked. And this is us connecting definitely. Definitely seems like we're getting forward to the legacy server, right? Wait, not you. That's the wrong thing. Do I not have the window open anymore? Too many things open again. Maybe I did this wrong. We need just the heat repository open. Yeah, okay. We are definitely connecting to... No, that is still wrong. This should be... That's heat front end. What? Heat. That's you. Okay, we're looking at heat. We're saying we are connecting here. So this should be forwarded, right? Like, it should be forwarded. It's hard to know exactly. I guess we have to turn on our logging to be for sure, but it seems forwarded. I guess we could try. What was the fallback URL? Listen booth. If I still get kisses here, then we're not forwarded. No, we seem to be forwarded. Well, but what's weird is it looks like the WebSocket is forwarding. Like the WebSocket seems to be forwarding correctly. In fact, an easy way to test that would just be, I meant to add this anyway. Like, once we accept. This might not work. There may be a reason this doesn't work. Just send a status, I guess. And then inside here, we're logging just log the uh-oh, what happened? Oh yeah, because this is... That's not valid. I mean, whatever, we can just do this and do... Let's try that. No? What? Oh, it's a colon, of course. That's the actual problem. We're almost out of time. I was expecting the WebSockets to be hard to get to work, but the WebSockets are seemingly working. It's hard to know when the we're logging every message we get, right? Every message, incoming message. Seems like we don't get it, but that could be some problem with the way the WebSocket pair stuff works. It's actually a little hard to say. We can't get clicks into the new service. Like this, I don't understand. I don't understand where we are, how we're getting a 404 here.
Don't cry. Talk to me.
Did I do that in the wrong place, actually? Should that be in and on? Yeah, the place, I need that not to be in there. This needs to be inside, like a on connection or something. How do I do that? Okay. Then we need a... Oh no, I gotta go. Okay, we're done. We're done here. We'll pick up probably tomorrow, if not later tonight. Good heavens. Well, we made kind of some progress. Feels like it was mostly lateral. Binary, thanks for hanging out. Kyle, Ben, life is yours. Anybody else who stopped by, appreciate it. It may not seem like it, but we are a little bit closer. we didn't move like forward necessarily, but we didn't move fully laterally. We moved like slightly diagonally, so I think it's okay. So anyway, we'll pick up again soon. Thanks for hanging out. Goodbye.